So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto becomes a half demon, part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want next part of this video, comment down below to let me know. And before I start, please do support for more awesome contents, and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And share this video with your friends, and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. Darkness Falls. Chapter 5. Hokage's office, 1 week later. The elder village leader sighed as he looked over the photo Naruto had submitted for his shinobi identification card. Gone was the happy-go-lucky smiling face. Gone was the bright orange jumpsuit. Instead the blonde boy wore a black trench coat, a red circle with an upside-down triangle with the kanji for shadow fox in the center on the back with various other intricate designs, no doubt custom-made. Accompanying the new jacket, the boy had fitted himself a black sleeveless shirt that was just tight enough to show off his physique but not enough to restrict movement. His hands were adorned with two black fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back with the same kanji engraved in them that was on his jacket. A pair of umbu-style pants, along with combat shinobi boot sandals completed his new look. However, the boy's new appearance wasn't what troubled the old Hokage. It what was behind Naruto in the picture. The boy's shadow had flared up into a fox head just behind him, which had resulted in the poor photographer passing out after the photo was taken. Shaking his head, the elder man thought back of the discussion he had with the boy after the scroll incident. Flashback no jutsu. Hiruzen frowned as he looked over the boy in front of him. So young and had already taken a life for the village, yet showed no mental scarring whatsoever from the event. It was surprising to the aged village leader as even the most seasoned of shinobi had breakdowns after their first kill. Yet Naruto stood steadfast. Putting a privacy seal around his office, knowing that sensitive topics were about to be discussed between the two of them. Naruto, about what happened tonight. He began cautiously. How do you feel? You are worried about my mental state, I assume. The boy countered, earning a raised eyebrow from the older man. Truth is, I am fine. I have already rationalized that it had to be done. Mizuki team was betraying the village and framing me for his crime. And about his revelation of the Kyuubi. Are you sure you can trust him? Ari asked from the back of his mind, a little concerned with what her container had decided to do. I am sure, Ari-chan. Naruto mentally replied. Though I intend to keep our relationship out of it. The latter part caused the Kitsune girl to blush heavily. Thing is, Gigi, I told Mizuki team the truth. The blonde began. I've know about the Kyuubi for years now. And, to an extent have communicated with it. This revelation shocked the old man, as a sense of fear washed over his face. A multitude of different scenarios ran through his mind of possible outcomes, none of which were good in his mind. Everything from the fox manipulating the boy's mind, to fully possessing the blonde. Naruto-kun. The Hokage began. He hasn't tried to manipulate you or she. Naruto cut him off with a slight smirk. And no, she hasn't tried to manipulate me or even threaten me. If anything, she is more upset with how the villagers have treated me thus far. She. Hiruzen repeated dumbfounded. Yeah, the Kyuubi is female. Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned. How long have you talked with her? The old man sighed. Since my 6th birthday. The boy answered honestly, almost causing the elder man to fall out of his seat in shock. You've been talking with the Kyuubi since you were 6? He asked in shock. How? Naruto sighed before looking at the old man solemnly. It was after the attack on my birthday. The answer caused the old man to wince in response, remembering that dreadful night. It was a sheer surprise to the elder village leader that the boy wasn't mentally scared from that night. It still woke him up in the middle of the night at times. She saved me that night and healed my wounds. Naruto continued, opting to leave out the bit about Jashin-chan also having a hand in his survival for that night. While I was unconscious, we talked and came to an agreement since both of our lives are intertwined together and make the best of the situation. I see. Was all Hiruzen could say. Slowly digesting the information he had been given. To be honest, he was glad the boy wasn't broken over the burden he was forced to carry. And you say she has not tried to influence you in any way. That is correct, Gigi. The blonde smiled. We came to an agreement. She helps me by giving me some of her chakra and heightened senses. I make my mental landscape a bit more comfortable for her. Is this how you were able to use those abilities Irika told me about? No. Naruto replied with a sigh. That was my Kurazunda Keki I Genkai, or dark blood bloodline, if you will. I have never heard of such a bloodline. The old man stated, clearly intrigued by this development. I am not surprised. I awakened it the same night I met the Kuwabai. The blonde Hanyo continued, reciting what he had rehearsed for when his abilities would come to light. There was very little I could find on it. To the point that we have more information on the fabled Rinnegan than we do on my bloodline. I only found one scroll mentioning it in our library. I can bring it tomorrow if you wish. That would be appreciated. The old man smiled. What exactly does this bloodline do and how rare would you say it is? As for what it can do. From what I have learned with it and mastered to a comfortable level, I can manipulate the darkness element into hard weapons that are imbued with chakra. Even though it takes no chakra to use my Kurazunda. Naruto explained. Aside from weapons, I can melt into the shadows and use them to travel to places I have been. This is how I have avoided after my 6th birthday. As for how rare it is, from what I found only one person in a millennia has had it at any given time. Once again, Hiruzen was disheartened by the reminder of that fateful day. Though he hid it as best he could. If there was something to take away from it, was that the boy had awakened a very useful ability to aid him on his journey to become one of the greatest shinobi in the elemental nations and eventually greatest Hokage ever. Thank you for trusting me with this information, Naruto-kun. The old man smiled. Why don't you head home? Team placements will be next week. And don't forget to get your photo taken for your shinobi card. Naruto thanked the old man and as a showcase of his abilities, melded into the shadows and disappeared completely, leaving a stunned but grinning Hokage. Flashback no jutsu dispelled. Setting the photo back down on top of the open file, he looked across at the boy in question. Are you sure you want this photo? He asked. It could give the villagers the wrong idea. Would you prefer I use red and white war paint? Naruto countered with a grin. Besides, the Kuwabai is part of who I am. So I shall embrace it and take away the power of the villagers' insults. Also, since I am wearing this headband. The blonde gestured to his forehead protector. I am fully legally allowed to defend myself if anyone gets any stupid ideas. I believe I owe a few a stay in the hospital. Hiruzen could only chuckle at that. It was true, there were a number of villagers that had escaped his judgment after such attacks on the boy. I understand Naruto-kun. He continued to chuckle. Just do not do anything unless acted upon first. If you have trustworthy witnesses, all the better. Don't worry Gigi, I will only attack if I am attacked first. Naruto replied. Very well, head to the academy. The Hokage instructed as he turned back to the massive pile of papers that seemed to keep multiplying whenever he wasn't looking. Team placements will be starting in an hour and a half. Thanks Gigi. The boy stated as he moved towards the door. Oh, why don't you use shadow clones to help with the paperwork? With that, the blonde disappeared out the door, leaving a stunned village leader. Muttering why he never thought of that before. After contemplating banging his head on the desk for several minutes for not thinking of using the shadow clone technique. Academy. Naruto made it to the academy with plenty of time to spare. As he entered the classroom, the chatter amongst the other graduates suddenly ceased as they took in his new appearance. The blonde Hanyo paid no heed to them as he made his way back to his usual seat. "Stop trying to copy Sasuke-kun, Naruto baka!" exclaimed the pink-haired girl as she marched up to where his desk was. Which to her surprise earned a nod of agreement from her former friend and current rival. "I wasn't aware the Uchiha had a trademark on the color black, Sakura-san." Naruto countered, pulling out another book he had come across of more advanced Fuinjutsu. He doesn't." The girl stammered, a little thrown off by the casual manner the dead last of the class had brushed her off. "But that doesn't mean you're going to be cool because you start dressing like him." Naruto shrugged before casting a glance towards the pink ep. "First off, the only similarities in our clothing is the color black. That's it. Secondly, your precious Uchiha is over there, go bother him and leave me alone." Not waiting for a reply, he turned his attention back to his book. This only served to infuriate the pink-haired girl even more as she drew back a punch and aimed it towards his head. However, she and the rest of the class were shocked, aside from Hinata, when he effortlessly caught her first and twisted her arm with just enough pressure to restrain her from moving further. "I won't tell you again, Sakura-san," he replied without looking up from his book. "Leave me alone." With a slight push, he let her fist go. Wisely she retreated to her desk, unsure what had happened and how it happened. Naruto was dead last, yet he caught her fist without even looking up from the book he was reading. "I hope I am on the same team as Naruto-kun," Hinata thought with a smirk. "I want a front row seat to how everyone is going to react now that he isn't hiding behind his mask anymore." Slowly, the chatter began to continue amongst the graduates. The main topic now being the change in the dead last's behavior as well as appearance. Even the last Uchiha showed mild interest in the blonde's change. After some time, Irika entered the classroom alone, much to the surprise of the rest of the class. "Irika-sensei, where is Mizuki-sensei?" asked one of the students. "Is he sick?" "No, he isn't sick," answered the instructor. "A week ago, Mizuki attempted to betray the village, even going as far to frame Naruto here for the crime, and was killed." This earned a round of gasps, with a handful of the students looking towards where Naruto was sitting, still reading his book. "And it was Naruto who was the one who stopped and killed Mizuki while I was injured," Irika stated proudly. "Told you, Irika-sensei, I just did what had to be done," the blonde replied before closing his book and putting it away. Finally noticing all the stares he was receiving. Some were in disbelief while others were in shock, and even a handful were in awe. "There's no way that dope fought and killed a Chuyunin." Kiba shot up. "Are you calling me a liar?" Irika challenged, leveling his gaze on the Inyazuka boy, causing him to shrink back. "If anyone has any questions about the incident, the Hokage has it on public record that you may view. Now then, on with the team placements," the scared Chuyunin stated as he took out a paper and started listing off the teams and their Jonin senseis. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Upon hearing her name after Sasuke's, Sakura exclaimed that true love conquered all obstacles, much to the annoyance of the last Uchiha. Though upon hearing Naruto's name, she groaned about being stuck with the dead last. Despite being told that the blonde was the main reason the traitor Mizuki failed to defect from the village with sensitive information, she just simply refused to believe the boy was capable of such a feat and simply marked it up as being over-exaggerated at best. Team 8 will be Shino Abarame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inyazuka. Your sensei will be Kurane Yui. Mr. Inyazuka, I would get all perverted thoughts out of that head of yours. Your sensei will not tolerate it in the slightest, and she is best friends with Anko, whom I trust you have met before. Kiba immediately shrunk back in his seat. All joy of being on the same team as his mate Hinata, sucked away. Still, with being on the same team and away from that dope, Hinata would see just how much stronger he is than that loser Naruto she always hung around with. He would show her what a true alpha is made of. One by one, Irika listed off all the teams before instructing them to await for their senseis to arrive. Slowly, each Jonin sensei arrived and called for their teams until finally only 3 graduates remained in the classroom. A brooding Uchiha, an irritated Banshee, and a bored Hanyu. Naruto of course had heard about Kakashi and his habits from Uchiha. In short, she didn't have much respect for the man since he was always reading porn in public and had a bad habit of being late to everything that he didn't think was worth his time. Though she did acknowledge his skills as a shinobi. That was about the only thing she respected him on. Knowing that it was still going to be a good 2 hours or more before their sensei would decide to show up, Naruto relaxed and retreated into his mindscape. Naruto's mindscape. As soon as the blonde Hanyu materialized into his mindscape, he was immediately pounced upon by the giggling Kitsune girl as she wrapped him in a firm hug. "Hey Ari-chan." Naruto smiled as he returned her hug and giving her a kiss on the cheek, which caused the poor fox girl to blush. "Afternoon Naruto-kun." She stammered. "So, I have some good news." He grinned again. "I think I have a temporary way to get you out of the seal." At this, the Kuwabai girl began to squeal in excitement at the prospect of being about to get out and stretch her legs and maybe even a little more, she thought with a lecherous grin. "Before you get excited, it's not perfect and only temporary but should work," Naruto warned. He didn't want to get her hopes up only to have it not turn out the way they both hoped it would. "The new Fuinjutsu book I got this week had some interesting techniques in it. One of which leads me to believe I can tamper with the seal slightly to allow you to possess one of my shadow clones." Ari was speechless. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. However, she was also worried and it showed on her face. Tampering with the existing seal carried with it a plethora of risks. One miscalculation and it would kill her host, despite his blessings from Jashin. "I know what you're thinking Kitsunheim, and I share your concern," he acknowledged, knowing the risks involved with tampering with the seal. "Which is why I am not taking this lightly or rushing into it." At this point, the fox girl had her head down, hiding the tears of joy that were cascading down her cheeks. Until she felt a finger on her chin gently lift her head up to look into his blue eyes. "I promised I would get you out," he proclaimed as he brought her into a firm hug, still looking into her red slit eyes. "Then, I can really hold you in my arms." To her shock, Naruto leaned in and kissed her full on the lips, sealing his promise to her. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She smiled, wiping away her tears once more after they had broken the kiss. "Also, I think Anko has some things she wants to experiment with you involved." He grinned, causing the poor fox girl to blush at the implications. "Anyways, I should leave. I can feel my sensei's chakra approaching. Not to mention that Uchiha brat keeps staring at you." Ari smiled. "I'll have to tell him I don't swing that way." He smirked before fading away from his mindscape, the giggling of the Kitsune girl echoing in his ears. Real world. Slowly Naruto cracked his eyes open, and sure enough, Sasuke was looking at him out of the side of his eyes, though doing a piss-poor job of hiding it. All the while, Sakura was staring at the raven-haired emo with a dreamy look in her eyes. No doubt fantasizing about the boy actually talking to her for once. "I don't swing that way." Naruto spoke up. "So kindly stop staring at me." Sasuke scoffed and turned away a while Sakura's face turned red. Infuriated that the idiot would even make such an insinuation about her Sasuke-kun. However, before she could scream at the blonde, an older man appeared in the doorway with gravity-defying silver hair. "Yo." The man greeted as if he wasn't 3 hours late. "My first impression is that, I hate you all. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." With that being said, the silver-haired Jonin shined away in a swirl of leaves. Getting out of his desk and stretching, Naruto made his way towards the door. For a moment he contemplated using his shadow step to get a rise out of his teammates but decided against it. They would all see what he could do soon enough. At least to a certain extent. Falling into step at the back of the line, he followed the two up to the roof. Academy rooftop. Once on the rooftop, each situated into a comfortable position. Naruto opted to just lean against the wall near the group while the brooding emo sat on a lone pillar stub to ensure the pink-haired banshee couldn't sit with him. Sakura instead opted to sit on the floor, between Kakashi and Sasuke. Now that we are all here, let's introduce ourselves. Kakashi I smiled at the trio. Why don't you go first to show us how to do it? Sakura suggested, earning a deadpan look from her sensei as if to say you don't know how to introduce yourself. Very well. Kakashi smiled through his face mask. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I'm the kind of person who doesn't feel like talking about his likes or dislikes. My dreams for the future are none of your business. But, I have lots of hobbies. You're up, Pinky. Sakura scowled at her nickname, but continued anyways. My name is Sakura Harano. My favorite thing is. Well, it's not a thing. It's a person. A boy. And that boy is. My dream is to. She squeals, much to the annoyance of the others around her. And I hate Ino Pig and Naruto Baka. Geez, did I piss in your cereal or something? Naruto asked, unsure why she would hate him. If he hounded after her like a lovesick puppy constantly asking for dates, he could understand. Anyways, moving on. Kakashi interrupted before it could escalate. Your turn, Sasuke. HN. The emo grunted. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have any likes or dislikes. But I do have a goal. I will kill a man and avenge my clan. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Inner Sakura gushed. He has the personality of an ice cube. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. The hell do his fangirls see in him anyways? Who knows? Ari commented, equally as perplexed. Last up is you, Blondie. Very well. Naruto began, ignoring the nickname given to him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are training, learning new techniques, and spending time with my hime. Purposely leaving it vague since he called all his girls his himes. My dislikes are those who let arrogance blind them, those that don't take their training seriously, and those that only try to use others and rapists. My dream is to make someone very precious to me proud. And learn more about my bloodline. His introduction contradicts his academy file. Kakashi noted as he eyed the blonde before him. No mention of becoming Hokage and claiming he has a bloodline. And who is this mystery person he is fond of that he wants to make proud? You have a bloodline, dope. Sasuke asked in a demanding tone. Naruto, you shouldn't lie about having a bloodline just to feel special. Kakashi chastised the blonde. I wasn't aware you got to dictate who gets a bloodline and who doesn't. I must have missed that memo. Naruto coolly responded with a shrug, earning a glare from the masked jonin. And yes, I have a bloodline. It's called Kurazunda. And what does it do? The Cycloptic sensei inquired, ignoring the blonde's earlier jab. Manipulation over shadows and the darkness element. Naruto replied. If you want clarification, the Hokage knows about it and has the only scroll I could find about it. Kakashi frowned at this, but shrugged it off. Anyways, meet at training ground 7 at 6 in the morning for your genin test. The silver-haired jonin instructed. Oh, and I would recommend not eating unless you want to throw up. Wait. What do you mean genin test? We passed, didn't we? Sakura shrieked, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to cover their ears. You passed the academy test to see if you are good enough to be considered genin. The man I smiled. I will warn you, the test tomorrow has a 66% fail rate. Jane. Not waiting for his genin to reply, Kakashi shunshined away, leaving an annoyed Sakura, an uncaring Uchiha, and an apathetic blonde. Naruto had already assumed something like this was going to happen, and was looking forward to seeing what the test was. "Well, I will see you tomorrow at 9. He remarked. "Oh, and eat a good breakfast." Like Kakashi, he didn't wait for a reply and disappeared into the shadows, using his shadow step ability. Much to the shock of his two teammates. "Hey Sasuke, do you want to go out on a date?" Sakura asked hopefully after they snapped out of their shock. "No," was the emo's quick reply as he walked away, leaving the pink-haired girl alone with her thoughts and rejection. Next morning, 8:45 a.m. After a restful night's sleep and a hearty breakfast, Naruto made his way to the designated training ground. Only to find his two teammates there, slouched over, exhausted and irritable. Clearly, they ignored his suggestion. "You're late," Sakura shouted. "No, I said I would be here at 9. Naruto pointed out. "Our sensei has a habit of being late to everything. So I just showed up closer to the time he would decide to grace us with his presence." Sakura only scoffed and sat back down against one of the poles, not even caring if she was close to Sasuke or not. With a shrug, Naruto leaned back against the remaining pole and pulled out his Fuinjutsu book as he awaited their illustrious sensei's arrival. It would be another hour before the silver-haired Jonin arrived, to find two passed-out genin and the remaining one casually reading a book. Though he couldn't make out what the topic was before Naruto sealed it away. "Well, my cute little genin." Kakashi beamed as both Sasuke and Sakura roused from their sleep, each glaring at the silver-haired man. "You're late." Sakura yelled with more force than when she yelled at Naruto. "Mama." Kakashi waved her off. "You see, there was a black cat that crossed my path, and then I had to help an old lady." "Bullshit." The pink-cat seethed. "Anyways." The man ignored her, turning his attention to the rest of the team. "The test today is simple. All you have to do, is get these bells from me in 2 hours." Holding up a string with only 2 bells attached to them. "But Kakashi-sensei, there are 2 bells and 3 of us," Sakura pointed out. "Correct." The masked Jonin smiled. "Which means one of you will be sent back to the academy." So that's his plan. Naruto inwardly smirked. The true purpose of this test is teamwork. But he is using a divide and conquer tactic by making us fight each other for a limited resource. The test starts now. Immediately both Sakura and Sasuke disappeared into the trees, leaving on Naruto standing across from their sensei, his black trench coat flapping in the wind as he seized up his sensei. To be honest, he had no doubt he could take the masked Jonin. He has, after all, gone toe-to-toe with a goddess. Even if she did hold back. However, Naruto had no intention of tipping his hand just yet. "You know, this is where you are supposed to hide," Kakashi stated, not looking up from his orange book. "Maybe, but I have a reputation for being unpredictable." The blonde smirked. "Upholding that reputation is likely to get you killed in the field," the silver-haired sensei replied, still not looking up from his book. "I'm sure so many will mourn me the day that happens." The Hanyo shrugged, earning a frown from his sensei. Without warning, Naruto flicked out his wrist with 2 black objects shooting out at a high rate of speed. Though Kakashi easily deflected the 2 projectiles before they could reach him. However, for a split moment he did look up from his book, unsure as to where Naruto had acquired his weapons from, not having seen him wear a kunai holster or shuriken pouch. These are possibly duplicates, the masked Jonin thought to himself as he studied the blonde in front of him. Probably using them as a distraction. Pretty well thought out for the dead last of the class. Once again, Naruto repeated his attack, though this time with more kunai and at a higher rate of speed. This time, however, the silver-haired sensei opted to hesitate until the last second when his senses screamed at him to avoid the attack. In a blur, he deflected many of the incoming projectiles. Though still managed to receive a gash on his arm where one tore through his defenses. Eyes wide, Kakashi immediately came to the realization that these kunai Naruto was throwing were solid and a threat. Now that I got your attention. Naruto grinned as he crouched and launched himself towards the elder shinobi. The masked jonin was surprised at the strength and speed the blonde was using as he jumped back and deflected and blocked the strikes that came at him. However, Naruto's speed and power were impressive, forcing Kakashi to actually put his book away and focus on the fight. The masked jonin was event considering using his sharingan with the way the blonde kept him on the defensive. However, suddenly the Naruto he was fighting poofed in a cloud of smoke, revealing it was a shadow clone. A shadow clone! Kakashi mentally exclaimed, clearly shocked by the development. How did he know it? When did he create it? With Sasuke. The last Uchiha was livid. He refused to believe the sight that was before him. The dead last dobe was not only holding his own against their Jonin sensei, but actually keeping him on the defensive. Worst of all, it didn't even look like the blonde was trying in the slightest. Which only angered the raven-haired boy further. There is no way that dobe should be that strong. He ceded to himself. That power should belong to me, so I can attack it. A dark smirk crept across his lips. I will find out what makes that loser so strong and take it for myself. With Sakura. The cherry blossom was beside herself as she watched the events unfold from her hiding place, hidden in the trees. Naruto Baka, the dead last, was taking on Kakashi sensei as if it were a light spar for him. It was even more surprising with the Naruto in the field suddenly dispelled, revealing itself to be a shadow clone. Who knew Naruto was so strong? Inner Sakura stated. I dare say he may even be stronger than Sasuke-kun. There's no way Naruto Baka is stronger than Sasuke-kun. Her outer self vehemently denied. That little display says otherwise. Inner laughed, though now that I think of it, Naruto is kind of cute. Especially with those whisker marks. I wonder how the rest of him looks since he is always hiding his body. I bet he is a hunk. Shut up. Shut up. Sakura shook her head, trying to ignore her inner self's monologue. I love Sasuke-kun and we are destined to be together. Psst, Sakura-san. A voice came from behind her. Eyes wide, she slowly turned around to see her blonde teammate perched on the tree branch with her. She would have screamed in shock if the boy hadn't covered her mouth, preventing her from doing so. Don't scream, he said as he released her. What do you want, Naruto Baka? She glared at him, though quickly blushed now that she was up close to his face, due to their proximity to each other. Those whisker marks do make him look cute. She thought to herself, before shaking that line of thinking away. If Naruto had noticed, he gave no indication that he did. We need to work together if we want to pass this test, he bluntly stated. Why should I help you? She shot back defiantly. Besides, Sasuke-kun will easily pass this test once he gets the bells from Kakashi-sensei, and then him and I will be on the same team. Tell me, Sakura-san. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her ignorance. Supposed smartest kunoichi in the class, yet she hung on to her delusions. Have you ever seen a two-man cell? The pink-et opened her mouth to reply, but closed it. Unable to think of any team that only had two members. Exactly, all teams are three-man cells, with the odd team getting a fourth member. Naruto pointed out. Even if a team loses a member due to injury or death, they are quickly filled with a suitable replacement. The only exceptions are apprenticeships. Okay, so how are we going to work together? She relented with a heavy sigh. And does Sasuke-kun know? Sasuke is too prideful to openly accept help. The blonde explained, holding his hand up when he saw she was about to defend her obsession. So, when he goes to fight Kakashi-sensei, I will help him so it will at least appear we are working together. While Sasuke and I are fighting sensei, you sneak up on his left and go for the bells. Sakura blinked at how well thought out this plan was. Why his left side? She asked, a little confused. Why not just come up behind him? If you noticed, he wears his hitate over his left eye, giving him a blind spot. He pointed out. So while Sasuke and I have him distracted, you should be able to sneak in and get the bells. Fine, but if this doesn't work I am beating you into the ground. She threatened. If this doesn't work we're all going back to the academy. He countered. Well, she would. Kakashi-sensei is already playing favorites with the Uchiha, so I would full expect him to pull some strings to get him as an apprentice since Hatake holds the dog summoning scroll. And I could easily become Hebiheim's apprentice since she already let me sign her snake summoning scroll. However, the pink-et didn't need to be aware of that. With Kakashi, the masked Jonin frowned. He had hoped that there would at least be some form of teamwork between his genin, but so far only Naruto had faced off against him. It still troubled the silver-haired Jonin that the blonde had not only kept him on the defensive in a pure taijutsu match, but had also drew blood from his ranged attack prior. Fortunately it wasn't deep, but it did sting. Looking up from his book, he spotted his next challenger. Sasuke Uchiha. Let's see what he does. Kakashi thought. Taking after Naruto and attacking me head-on. The masked man asked lazily. I am nothing like that weakling. The Uchiha scoffed. And I will be taking those bells. The Uchiha then quickly withdrew a series of hand seals before bringing his hand up to his mouth. Katon, Gokakyo no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted as a huge fireball erupted from his hand, barreling towards Kakashi. When the flames died down, it was revealed that the masked Jonin had replaced himself with a log. Looking around, the Uchiha felt the ground move from underneath him. Not bothering to look down, the raven-haired boy jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding a grasping hand from the silver-haired sensei. Flipping in the air, Sasuke landed on his feet and charged towards the masked shinobi. The Uchiha sent a flurry of punches and kicks towards Kakashi, each one being blocked or deflected, while the silver-haired Jonin would read his book. A stark difference from his taijutsu exchange from Naruto. Though, he was forced to focus more on the fight when Sasuke had twisted himself in a half flip while his kick was blocked, and actually touched the bells. Seeing his attempt fail, Sasuke pushed himself away from his sensei and settled back into his Uchiha-style fighting stance. As the Uchiha launched another assault, Naruto bolted out of the trees and attacked Kakashi high, seeing as Sasuke was already attacking low. This is interesting. Naruto seems to be working alongside Sasuke. Kakashi thought to himself as he avoided and blocked the oncoming strikes. Though his previous encounter with the blonde had him worried. I don't need your help, Dobe. Sasuke stated, glaring at the blonde. Noted. Was all Naruto countered with as he moved along with the Uchiha to re-engage their sensei. While the two boys engaged the masked Jonin, the blonde Hanyo took care as to not make any move towards the bells. He did this for two reasons. 1. To not antagonize the Uchiha, knowing that the Emo's pride wouldn't take it well if Naruto went after the bells. Secondly, he needed to make sure Sakura was included in this plan. Even if Sasuke was unaware of it. As the two boys kept the silver-haired Jonin engaged, the pink-et crept out of her hiding spot and got closer to the action. Coming in from the left, just as Naruto had suggested. To her surprise, the plan was working perfectly as she was able to get just beside Kakashi and made a reach for the bells. Until she suddenly found herself in an entirely different location, and Naruto was where she once was. Just in time to receive a powerful punch from Sasuke. Sakura didn't know what to make of what she had just witnessed. Did her Sasuke-kun purposely attack her just so she couldn't get the bells, or did Naruto switch places so he could get the bells himself? None of it made sense to her. With little effort, Naruto picked himself up and dusted himself off, shooting a glare towards the Uchiha, whom only looked at him smugly. The blonde Hanyu would have done more, if not for the sound of a bell ringing in the distance, signaling the time frame for the test was over. Well, that concludes this test, Kakashi stated as he looked over his group of genin. And you each failed to get the bells. Both Sasuke and Sakura balled up their fists, though Naruto remained relaxed. He knew they had at least in some capacity accomplished the true purpose for the test. So unless the man was going to pull some bullshit, the blonde knew they had passed. I must say, I was worried about you three, he continued. However, in the end, you three did work together, which was the true purpose for this test. At this official revelation, Sakura's mouth dropped as she cast a glance over towards Naruto. How did he figure it out? Sasuke, you showed great skill in your taijutsu, keep up your training. The masked Jonin smiled before turning his attention towards the blonde. Naruto, your brashness could have endangered your team due to you rushing into the fight. Be aware of that in the future. Naruto only scoffed at it. He could already tell his sensei was going to play favorites to a severe degree. His first clue was during the introductions. Kakashi had given both Sakura and him nicknames, though he called the emo by his given name. Anyways, congratulations on passing. You are now officially, Team 7. He smiled. The rest of the day is yours. Report to the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 7 a.m. to begin missions. With that, the silver-haired Jonin shined away to give his report to the Hokage, leaving his genin alone. So, want to go get something to eat to celebrate passing the test? Naruto openly offered to his newfound team. Not that he cared and would honestly prefer not to be anywhere near the Uchiha after the stunt he just pulled. Like I would want to waste time with you losers. The Uchiha grunted as he walked away from the two. Naruto only shrugged and walked in the separate direction to where Ichiraku's was. Not bothering to see if Sakura was following him or not. He had left to invitation open, it was up to her if she wanted to take him up on his friendly offer. It didn't take long for the blonde Hanyu to make his way to the ramen stand. Taking his usual seat, he greeted the father and daughter duo. Noticing a blush on the young woman's face, though he said nothing. However, it did make him feel bad that he couldn't return her feelings. At least not just yet. He made a note to put Ayam at the top of the list once he was able to enact the CRA on himself. In the meantime, he promised himself that he wouldn't string her along or play with her emotions. Hello Naruto-kun. Ayam greeted happily. Hey Ayam-chan. He smiled, earning himself another blush from the girl. 6 Kushina specials, please. And a small miso ramen please. The pink-et ordered, as she sat down next to Naruto. A little embarrassed about being her. Afraid people would get the wrong idea. Naruto-kun, is this a girlfriend? Tuka teased, earning a glare from both Ayam and Sakura. No Aji-san. Naruto quickly shot that notion down. This is just a teammate. We are celebrating passing our final test. Why such a small bowl? The brown-haired ramen chef/waitress asked curiously. I'm on a diet. Sakura answered, earning a quirked eyebrow from both Naruto and Ayam. Why? Asked Naruto. Because Sasuke-kun likes thin girls. She stated, glaring at the blonde. And just so you know, I am only here because you offered to celebrate being a team. So don't think for a second that this is a date. Ayam only rolled her eyes at the pink-haired girl's antics and disappeared into the kitchen to prepare the orders. Naruto for his part only shook his head and sighed. Okay, in reverse order, while you are cute. This caused Sakura to blush, a bit taken back by the compliment. I am already engaged to Anko-chan, my Hebiheim. as well as Yojeo-chan. Also, I already shot down the old man for even implying you as anything other than a teammate. He continued. Secondly, did Sasuke himself tell you he liked thin girls? Well, no. She answered, still blushing over his compliment. Not even Sasuke had called her cute. So how do you know he likes thin girls? Naruto countered. Just how much do you know about him? Sakura had no real answer for this. Both her and Ino, and the hordes of other fangirls had all started dieting when a rumor began to circulate that the last Uchiha would only date skinny girls. None of them had questioned it. Honestly, dieting is harmful for a kunoichi. He continued, ignoring the glare he received from Sakura. You will never be at peak condition and will lose energy a lot faster, making you a liability for the rest of the team. Now, if you train like you should, you won't have to worry about gaining any weight because your training will burn off all calories you take in. So what, I should just give up on Sasuke-kun? The cherry blossom inquired with sarcasm. If you want to pursue him, go ahead. Naruto shrugged. But don't endanger yourself doing it. Sakura frowned at this. It sounded like he was actually concerned for her well-being. This was something new to her as she was used to the constant rejection and apathy from her obsession, and even her parents didn't question her choices or try and change her mind. So what should I do then? She asked. First off, ignore rumors. Rumors are a dime a dozen and are hardly ever true. The blonde boy stated. Secondly, try to get to know him on a personal level. Take for instance Anko-chan and myself. We literally know everything about each other. Our dreams, our goals, and even some of our odd quirks we have. In a word, Sakura was shocked. She had half expected the blonde boy to tell her to give up altogether on Sasuke and maybe even curse him instead. Though perhaps that later part was due to being around Kiba too much, since her seat in class was near his. However, to see just how much he understood about the importance of a strong relationship surprised her. She was shaken out of her thoughts when their orders arrived. Thanking Ayam, both began to dig into their respective meals. Sakura was a little worried about the scent coming for the blonde's bowl, almost making her eyes tear up from all the spices and chilies in it. However, one thing was pestering her. Well, with a little goading from her inner self. Naruto. She spoke, leaving out her usual insult to his name. What happened during the bell test? Why did you switch places with me? Naruto could only sigh, he knew she wasn't going to take this well. You want the truth? He asked, seeing her nod her head. When you were reaching for the bells, Sasuke saw you and went to punch you instead of Kakashi-sensei. I switched myself with you to take the hit, so you wouldn't get hurt. Sakura was silent as she digested what the blonde boy had just told her. Deep inside, she knew it was true, but she just didn't want to admit it. Maybe it was an accident? Yes, it was an accident. Sasuke-kun would never do that to her. She decided to voice her thoughts. Maybe it was an accident. She offered, causing Naruto to raise his eyebrow in response. Maybe. He relented, even though he knew it wasn't. Jashin, I hope she wakes up soon about the prick before she gets really hurt. In the back of his mind he could hear Ari ranting and raving about how blind the girl was and so on. So much so, that Naruto had to close off the link to avoid getting a severe headache. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen sat behind his desk as he listened to each of the Jonin senseis give their reports on how each of their respected teams did. Unsurprising, most of the teams failed their tests, prompting them to be sent back to the academy in hopes for better luck next year. Fortunately, only one severe injury. Unfortunately, the one injured was Kiba Inyazuka. It appeared he had made a rather lewd comment about his sensei's attire and was trapped in a genjutsu that could only be described as nightmarish. The only reason Team 8 had passed was mostly due to sympathy on Kurene's part. However, the Hokage let it slide. Shino was very adept in his clan's abilities, and despite his attitude the Inyazuka boy was also skilled in his own way. His only concern was for the Hyuga girl, though it appeared over the last few years she had grown into her own person. Team 7, passed. Kakashi stated from his perch on the windowsill, still reading his orange book. Much to the annoyance of the other jonin in the room. Namely the red-eyed beauty that despised such things. And how did they do? Hiruzen asked with curiosity. Sakura is book smart, though her physical abilities leave a lot to be desired. Naruto is quick to rush into things, and needs severe improvement in his taijutsu abilities. Kakashi reported, as for Sasuke, he is a true elite. His taijutsu is exceptional for his age, as well as his ninjutsu abilities. I see. The Hokage replied. And who gave you that cut on your arm? It was a lucky shot from Naruto. The masked jonin shrugged. Hiruzen frowned. If he hadn't watched Naruto through his crystal ball, he would have believed Kakashi's report. However, since he didn't feel any malice from the jonin sensei of Team 7, he let it slide. At least for now. Very well, have your teams report for their first missions tomorrow. Dismissed. And thus, the journey of Team 7 would begin. Chapter 6. Somewhere. A young woman, no older than 25, slowly made her way down the darkened steps to her basement in the early hours of the morning. Just before the rest of the household would wake up to start their day. Reaching the bottom, she produced a key from her blouse and unlocked the door at the far back of the basement. Once open, she quickly entered and locked the door behind her. Not wanting anyone to interrupt what she was about to do. The room she entered wasn't very large. About the size of a broom closet, though this room held nothing of cleaning tools. No, on the floor was a red circle with an upside-down triangle in it. Just in front of the circle was an altar that held a bowl and a knife. Kneeling down in the center of the circle, the woman removed her necklace and draped it over the altar before picking up the knife. Jashin-sama, I pray unto thee to come claim the tainted soul that corrupts and spoils our land. The woman began to pray as she brought the knife to her left arm before cutting deep into her under forearm. Letting the blood flow down into the bowl on the altar. I give my blood as an offering. If she was in any pain, her face didn't show it. If anything, it looked as if she were full of bliss. A few minutes passed in silence as the blood pooled into the bottom of the bowl. Slowly, the blood began to glow and swirl on its own, forming into a floating sphere that began to rise until it was at the same height as the woman's face. My child, I have heard your prayers. A distorted voice echoed from the sphere of blood. Take heart, my child. In 2 weeks' time, you will be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. Its message deliver, the blood sphere dissolved in mid-air, leaving nothing behind but a smiling woman. Putting the knife back next to the bowl, she put her necklace back on before kissing the pendant. Thank you, Jashin-sama. She whispered as she got up from her kneeling position and exited the room. Being sure to lock the door once more. Tsunami. A voice called from upstairs. I'm heading to Konoha, I'll be back in 2 weeks. Have a safe trip. She called back with a smile. Konoha. In a word, annoyed. That would be the best way to describe the blonde Hanyu at the moment. Even with the warnings from both Anko and Yujeo, he never expected it to be this bad. Nothing but D-rank missions for the last month. They were assigned to do everything from painting fences, pulling weeds, and walking dogs. Nothing but common chores that the civilians were too lazy to do, though there were a few exceptions of some of them legitimately needing help. Kakashi had spouted off some nonsense about it building teamwork for the team, but there hasn't been any of that as Sasuke would always isolate himself furthest from the others while they worked. The cycloptic Jonin for his part wouldn't lift a finger to help either, instead choosing to keep his nose buried in his book of smut. Much to Sakura's annoyance. Speaking of the cherry blossom, At least things were civil between her and the blonde Hanyu. After their team celebration lunch and the talk they had, both had silently agreed to come to an understanding and decided to at least work as a team as required. Naruto was at least glad she had heeded some of his advice and started training a bit harder and had stopped her dieting. While her training was nowhere near as rigorous as his was, it was a step in the right direction. Currently, they were on the most dreaded of all D-rank missions. The mission all genin squads and even some umbu dreaded. Catch Tora. Dog, in position. The silver-haired Jonin informed through his radio as he peered around the tree he was hiding behind, spotting the beast. Target is sighted. Raven in position. Sasuke replied from his position just across from Kakashi, in a similar tree. Cherry Blossom in position. The Pinkette answered from her hiding spot in the bushes. Shadow Fox in position. Came the Hanyu's reply from where he was hidden in the shadows the trees and foliage provided. You two were not to change your call signs. Kakashi chastised both Naruto and Sakura. You are Pinky and Blondie. Naruto only rolled his eyes at his sensei's words. The favoritism that the masked Jonin was showing was becoming annoying to the blonde Hanyu. Even Sakura was noticing it, even though she kept her mouth shut and trusted her sensei. Naruto could see it was starting to get on her nerves. Especially after a training session, Kakashi would dismiss Sakura and Naruto and hold Sasuke behind for a private training session. Target is heading in your direction, Cherry Blossom. Naruto responded, alerting his team of the change of direction their prey was heading. Acknowledged, Shadow Fox. Sakura replied with a slight smirk, knowing that using their self-chosen call signs was getting on her sensei's nerves. Belay that, target is backtracking to your position. Roger that, moving in to intercept. Naruto didn't for a reply as he moved from his position and did something that none of his team expected. He sat down in front of the beast and waiting. After a few seconds of the beast staring down the young Hanyu, it moved towards the boy and sniffed the boy's waiting hand before nuzzling against it. Everyone watched as the beast with brown fur and black stripes settled into the blonde's lap, purring in contentment. Confirming target, ribbon on its right ear. Tiger striped markings, and brown coat. Naruto reported into the radio. Confirmed, target is Tora. That was anticlimactic. Sakura commented with a frown. Kakashi and Sasuke could only nod in agreement. All the horror stories from other teams about the beast now purring in Naruto's lap and given the team an image of a bloodthirsty beast that would devour them if they made one mistake. Let's report our success. Kakashi stated, though he frowned at the blonde holding the cat. Once again, the boy acted without being ordered to. You mean Naruto's success? Ari ranted from the back of Naruto's mind. Don't mind him, Kitsunheim. The boy mentally replied. He's just pissed that I upstaged his precious Uchiha again. Cradling Tora in his arms, Naruto got up and walked along with his team towards the Hokage Tower where the client was waiting with the Hokage. Not just any client, the wife of the fire daimyo herself. Hokage Tower, 5 minutes later. After a short walk, Team 7 found themselves in the office of the Hokage. To the side of Hiruzen's desk stood an average-height woman with a slender figure, dressed in a red luxurious kimono showing a fair bit of cleavage, with an assortment of jewelry adorning her fingers and neck. One thing that struck Naruto as being odd, was the fact that almost all of the woman's jewelry was gold, except one lone necklace with a silver chain. Capture Tora mission, a success. Kakashi reported. Oh, my precious baby. The woman quickly rushed to where Naruto was and scooped the cat out of his arms and hugged it tightly against her ample chest. Did you miss mommy? I bet you were so scared out there all alone. The scene before them caused each member of Team 7 to sweat drop. Very good, Kakashi. The village elder stated. Payment will be transferred to your individual accounts. You're dismissed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed before turning and dismissing his team for the afternoon. Receiving the dismissal, Naruto approached the woman who was still crushing the poor cat, whom was now struggling to escape once more, in a hug. "Excuse me Naruto began, catching the woman's attention as well as his team's, earning a scowl from Kakashi. "Shijimai, cutie." She smiled as she introduced herself to the bold genin that had approached her. "With respect Shijimai Dano." The boy continued. "I believe I know why Tora keeps running away and how to prevent it." "Naruto, leave it be." The silver-haired Jonin chastised. "You are speaking above your station. Relax Shinobi-san." Shijimai waved off the older ninja, keeping her attention on the boy before her. "I would like to hear what he has to say." Kakashi nodded, though shot a glare at the young blonde that did not go unnoticed by the blonde Hanua. "Now, you were saying you know how to keep my precious baby from running away all the time?" the woman asked, all the while snuggling the cat further. "With all due respect, I believe part of the problem is you, Shijimai Dano." Naruto replied rather bluntly, earning a gasp from his team and sensei. Even Sasuke wasn't immune to the shock of his blonde teammate speaking so bluntly to the wife of the fire daimyo. "Naruto!" the masked Jonin exclaimed, though was stopped as the woman held up her free hand. "Continue," she stated, not sounding the least bit upset. Rather, she sounded more amused than anything else. "You see, cats as a species hate to be confined or feel trapped." The blonde continued, ignoring the glare Kakashi kept sending his way. "While I see that you do love her greatly, your love and affection make her feel trapped and thus, the reason why she runs away all the time." "If I may?" Naruto asked, gesturing towards the Tora in the woman's arms. With a nod in confirmation, the blonde approached the woman and began to gently guide her arms so that one arm was supporting the cat's weight from underneath, leaving the other hand free to stroke Tora. The change was almost immediate as Tora had gone from scratching and flailing, to purring in the woman's arms. "Madam Shijimai, I apologize for Naruto's actions." Kakashi stepped forward and bowed. "I will see to it that he will be properly punished for his disrespectful actions." "You will do no such thing, Kakashi Hatake," the woman stated with authority and firmness in her voice that wasn't present prior. She then turned to the blonde in front of her. "What is your name, cutie?" "Naruto Uzumaki, ma'am." The blonde replied, bowing his head as a sign of respect. "Hokage Dano, give this one a bonus payment." She smiled as she turned to the village leader. "For being the first in 10 years to have discovered the hidden objective behind the Tora missions." "Hidden objective?" Sakura asked, a little confused now that she had managed to shake off the shock. "You see, there will be times when you as a shinobi will be hired to escort or guard a person of high social standing." She began, looking over the genin in front of her. "During these times, you may witness things your client is doing that you know are not right. In these times, you will need to choose between completing your mission and ignoring what you saw, or doing what is right. Will you stand by while your client rapes a young woman? Will you look the other way as your client pockets money as a bribe? These are scenarios you may very well find yourself in." She finished, as Hiruzen nodded in agreement with a solemn look on his face. For the first time, Kakashi looked rather ashamed for failing to see the hidden meaning behind the mission. Especially since he had always preached about looking underneath the underneath. He could already feel the disappointment in the eyes of the Hokage on him. Namely for chastising Naruto. Sakura on the other hand was shocked and a little terrified of eventually encountering one of the scenarios Madame Shijimai had described. Wow! Who would have thought that the dead last of our class would be making such an impact already? Inner Sakura exclaimed, clearly proud of the young blonde. "I know, it's almost as if he was." Her thoughts ended as her eyes slightly widened at the realization. He's been hiding his true potential all along. But why? Maybe we should follow him and find out just what he does. See how he trains, and maybe what his body looks like under that coat. Inner suggested with a lecherous grin, causing Sakura to blush slightly before shaking the thoughts away. I agree on seeing how he trains, but I will not give up on Sasuke-kun. The pink-et vehemently defended her love for the raven-haired emo, casting her gaze over at the team's resident emo. For the most part, Sasuke didn't care of any of the scenarios painted out for him. It wasn't his problems what others did. Would you like to join me for lunch, young Uzumaki? Shijimai inquired with a smile as Tora jumped to her shoulders and draped her body across the back of the woman's neck. And I know just the place. Unfortunately, Kakashi interrupted before the blonde could answer. Naruto has training he needs to do to improve his taijutsu. But Sasuke is free. As I recall, you dismissed your team. Shijimai pointed out with a stern look, forcing the masked jonin to take a step back. And I would much rather have a private lunch with the young man who was able to discover my mission's hidden objective. I would be happy to accompany you, Shijimai Dano. Naruto answered, earning another glare from his sensei. Though this time, Kakashi wisely kept his mouth shut. Very well, let us be off then. The wife of the fire daimyo stated as she led the blonde out of the office. Ichiraku's. To be honest Shijimai Dano, I wasn't expecting that you would want to get some ramen. Naruto stated, a little surprised that a woman of her stature would want to come to such a quaint business. Not that he minded. Though this is the best ramen in the entire elemental nations. Please, call me Shijimai, Naruto-kun. The woman smiled. And you are correct cutie, this is the best ramen in all of the elemental nations. Welcome to Ichiraku's, how may I? Tuka greeted before freezing up as he saw who had entered his stand. Shijimai Dano, it is a pleasure to see you again. And with young Naruto no less. I told you before Tuka, simply call me Shijimai. The woman frowned. You know I hate such titles. My apologies. The old man smiled. What can I get for you today? We'll take the private room, if you would please. This earned a curious look from the blonde Hanyu. All the times he has eaten at this stand, he had never once heard of any mention of them having a private area for guests. However, he didn't question it as Tuka led the two into the back, just past the kitchen area where a lone booth was located. Getting them seated, and taking their orders, which was the usual for Naruto, though he did tone it done in the presence of the fire daimyo's wife. Once done, he left the two alone to attend to matters in the front of the shop. So, you're Jashin-sama's champion, if I am not mistaken. Shijimai stated, not beating around the bush. She got the reaction she expected from the young blonde. Your task is not an easy one. I am beginning to think Jashin-chan likes seeing me in these awkward situations. He mentally cried, earning a chuckle from the fox girl. Though you did already suspect something when you saw her only silver necklace chain. Ari put in, to which Naruto mentally nodded in agreement. I know. He replied simply. But, I have faith I will accomplish what Jashin-chan has set before me. Though I know it will be a long road with many challenges. Especially since I am limited in my movements due to my genin rank. Not to mention Yujin Churiki status. The brunette added. Fear not, I only know of your status due to my position, and I don't mean as the fire daimyo's wife. I am a high priestess for Jashin-sama herself. So you convert people then? He asked, a little curious. For the time being, no. She sighed. She missed preaching about her goddess to those that would listen, and convert those that were willing. My instructions are to lay low until Jashin-sama's champion begins to create waves. That may take some time, as we already established my rank and status. Naruto commented. We are patient. She smiled. And once you have created your waves, I will use my position as the fire daimyo's wife to influence the fire nation at least, to legalize Jashinism. And I have a feeling, you will be making your first big wave here very soon. She's using the word wave a lot, don't you think? Ari asked from the back of his mind. Almost as if she is hinting at something. Naruto mentally replied. Well, I hope to make a splash then. He replied with a grin, causing the woman across from him to smile at his pun. An hour later. After an hour of eating together, Naruto and Shijimai had gone their separate ways. Earning a few curious glances from the villagers as to why the wife of the fire daimyo would want to associate herself with the demon child, though they knew better than to act out with her present. Wisely keeping their mouths shut, Naruto had headed off in the opposite direction, heading towards his preferred training grounds to get some late afternoon training in before turning in for the day. Part of his mind wandered to what his mates were up to. Anko was probably enjoying herself torturing some poor soul. Yojeo was no doubt watching over the Hokage's office, as he had sensed her desire to kill Kakashi for his actions towards the blonde. Lastly, Hinata was no doubt at her compound, reading some of the scrolls he had copied for her. Oi, dope! A voice yelled from behind him, catching the blonde's attention. Turning, he saw a rather irate Kiba Inyazuka behind him, with an equally upset Akamaru. Something I can help you with, Kiba? He asked in a bored tone. Not sure what got the feral kid's underwear in a knot. What the hell did you do to my sister? The boy exclaimed as he marched up to where the blonde stood. She hasn't shut up about you for an entire week. Naruto had to adopt a thinking pose to remember just what incident Kiba could be referring to. Not that he mingled with many women outside of his mates. A light seemed to switch on, as he remembered what it could be that got his former classmate upset. Ah, that's right. Naruto snapped his fingers in remembrance. You're Hanasan's little brother. Kiba only clenched his fists in response. Tell you the truth, a week ago we got a mission to help take inventory and restock her vet when the shipments arrived. Hanasan had gone out for something, and the next thing I know she returns hysterical with one of her ninken in her arms. I was free at the moment and lent a hand where I could. Turns out, her ninken got bitten by a snake, and they couldn't figure out what antivenom to give him, since she didn't see the snake to identify it. Fortunately, I was able to identify it by scent and we were able to give her ninken the correct antivenom. After that, Hanasan and I just talked to calm her down. Naruto finished with a shrug. That's all that happened. I swear to Kami, loser. Kiba balled up his fist, trying to intimidate the young Hanyu, and failing. You better stay away from my sister, or else. First off, dog breath, Hanasan is old enough to make her own choices on who she wants to be around. Naruto stated, earning a glare from the boy. Secondly, you already know I am with Anko-chan and that both her and I absolutely despise those who are disloyal. Anyways, I am off to train. Not giving the feral boy time to respond, Naruto jumped off onto the roofs and made his way towards the forest of death. Unfortunately for the Inyazuka boy, he failed to notice his big sister behind him looking rather upset. With Naruto, you seem to have gotten someone's interest. Ari commented as she sensed a familiar chakra signature following them. Let her follow, maybe it may kick her in the ass to take her training up a notch. The blonde mentally replied. After about 15 minutes of hoping along the rooftops of the village, the blonde Hanyu and his not-so-hidden follower arrived at the edge of the forest of death. Not wasting any more time, Naruto began jumping through the trees, opting to take a less hazardous route due to the one following him. His would-be stalker hesitated for a moment before taking off after him. Keeping her distance to avoid being detected, but at the same time not losing sight of where he was going. Little did she know that he already knew she was there. It didn't take long before Naruto arrived at the center of his favorite training ground. Knowing he only had a handful of minutes at most before his follower would arrive, he quickly set to work creating a couple hundred of clones and set them to train in an assortment of things. From tree walking to sparring on the lake's surface. About a dozen more were practicing his shadow and darkness manipulation, while the last couple hundred were focusing on throwing kunao and shurikens. Seeing his clones in position, Naruto quickly melded into the shadows and awaited his follower. With Sakura, the pink-et bounded through the trees. She had saw her blonde teammate leap through. A short distance in front of her, she could hear the sounds of grunting and weapons colliding. In the back of her mind, she was a little concerned for the blonde, not that she would admit it out loud. Increasing her pace, she quickly bounded through the trees until she could see the clearing. Letting out a gasp in surprise, he hid herself behind the tree she was on, which was a few lines back from the training ground where a small army of Narutos were training. How can he create so many? Sakura asked herself mentally. Imagine him using that in the bedroom. Inner pervertedly commented with a snicker. Sakura immediately blushed at the implications and formed a small nosebleed before shaking such thoughts from her head. Damn it, Inner, we're here to see how he trains. The pink-et mentally ranted. I love Sasuke-kun. Not this blonde twerp. Sasuke-kun probably trains a lot harder and has more muscles. Her thoughts were derailed as a few of the clones had removed their jackets and shirts, exposing just how muscular the blonde really was. If she was being honest with herself, the pink-et would have to admit that Naruto was well more defined than Sasuke was. However, if she were honest with herself, she wouldn't have her inner self pointing out the obvious comparison between the two. You were saying. Inner chuckled to herself. Just imagine, feeling up those rock-hard abs of his. Another mental image assaulted the poor girl's mind, causing her to blush up a storm that would have put Hinata to shame during her earlier days. No. Sasuke-kun and I are meant to be together. Sakura mentally screamed. Why are you pushing so hard for Naruto now? You love Sasuke-kun too. No, you forced me to love Sasuke because he was the only one you would ever look at. Inner pointed out. Now that you actually have to pay attention to other boys, I actually have others to compare the uchiha to. I don't. Compare the two boys in our life right now, her inner self stated. Sasuke barely talks to us, always calls us a loser and weak, and barely acknowledges us. Whereas Naruto-kun has been civil towards us, and has even given us tips to improve ourselves. So caught up in her inner dialogue, that Sakura didn't notice a large shadow looming over her until the last second when a gurgled sound alerted her that something was behind her. Turning, she saw Naruto with his black blade thrust into the throat of a horse-sized tiger-like beast, causing her to gasp in surprise. You know there is a reason they call this place the Forest of Death, right? Naruto asked, as he allowed the body of the beast to fall out of the tree. You know, if you wanted to see me train, all you had to do was ask instead of following me. Kind of makes you look like a stalker, you know. Sakura was dumbfounded, while her inner self was laughing her ass off inside her mind. Naruto had known she was here. He had known that she had followed him. How did you know? Naruto finished for her as he turned to fully face her. Unfortunately for the pink-et, he did not have his trench coat on, allowing her to see his defined muscles up close. I felt your chakra after I left Ichiraku's. Sakura could only look on in shock. He didn't just sense her here, he knew the entire time but still allowed her to think she was undetected. However, she was broken out of her thoughts when he felt him wrap his arms around her. Eyes widened, she looked up, blushing slightly as she could feel just how toned his muscles were. Don't get the wrong idea, Sakura-san. He replied as they both sank into the shadows, only to arrive in the training ground before he let her go. It's merely more comfortable to talk down here. Moving a short distance away from her, he watched over his clones that were sparring, seeing if there were any holes in his techniques from an outside perspective. Pleased that he couldn't see any. It appeared that Anko's Hebai style and Ari's Kitsune style worked flawlessly together, helping to cover any openings the other may have. How can you make so many clones? And how come they look solid? Sakura finally asked, shaking off the experience she just felt from her first time traveling through the shadows. which was something she was still a little confused about. With darkness, she expected it to feel cold and foreboding, not warm and inviting that she experienced. Well, I have an insanely large chakra reserve. The blonde answers. As for the second question, they are not just clones, but solid shadow clones. You see, because of my large chakra reserve, it made doing normal clones impossible. So Anko-chan taught me the Kage Bushin no Jutsu. But what's the purpose of having them train? She asked as she gazed at all the clones doing various training exercises. It's not like their memory can just transfer to you. Naruto only quirked an eyebrow at this with a grin, causing Sakura's mouth to drop open. They can. That's the secret behind the Kage Bushin no Jutsu. The blonde grinned. When it comes to things like chakra control, jutsus, and even learning from scrolls and books, all memories are passed to me once they dispel. The drawback is you can't dispel more than a handful at a time, otherwise you run the risk of overloading your brain, which could result in death. Main reason why this is a forbidden jutsu to use. Then how come you are using it if it's forbidden? I have permission from the Hokage to use it, due to my situation with normal clones. Naruto replied, before he chuckled a little, getting the pink's attention. I've used the clones to speed up my practical training. Only thing they can't do is help with conditioning the body, though they do transfer muscle memory. Which is why I am having some throw shurikens and kunaus at moving targets. He gestured towards a batch of clones that were flinging said weapons at a swinging target from one of the branches. Though what caught Sakura's attention were the clones running up and down the side of the tree. What are they doing? She asked, pointing towards the clones that had got her attention. Tree walking. He answered before looking to her, to see her awestruck face. You don't know how to do it? Sakura could only shake her head. Sure, she had taken her training more seriously than before, but she hadn't seen anyone use this ability before. Come, I'll teach you. He gestured towards a nearby tree. Unsure of what to do, Sakura hesitated a moment before following her blonde teammate. All the while her inner self was taunting her that her precious Sasuke wouldn't even take the time to give her a decent answer, let alone help her train. Okay, first off you need to apply chakra to your feet so that you can stick to the tree. He began his explanation. Now too much, and you will push yourself away from the tree. Too little, and you won't stick. Understand? Sakura nodded her head, and placed her foot on the tree trunk, sliding it up and down until she found a perfect mixture of chakra that allowed her foot to be stuck in place. Taking a deep breath, she placed her other foot on the tree and slowly began to walk up the tree. Slowly, she made her way up the tree trunk, with each step her confidence growing. Perhaps a bit too much as she lost concentration and began to slide down the tree. In a moment of panic, she applied too much chakra, and repelled her from the tree altogether. The next thing she knew, she was in the arms of Naruto, with a severe blush on her face. Are you alright? He asked as he set her back down on the ground. The pink-ette could only nod, not trusting her own voice right now to betray the thoughts racing through her mind. You did good for your first try. A lot better than I did. Naruto stated. Keep at it, once you master this I will teach you water walking. Once again, Sakura nodded and approached the tree. Don't worry. I will be here to catch you. He reassured her. Earning another nod, the pink-ette set off up the tree once more. A few hours later. Sakura was tired and sweaty. Far more than she had ever been in any of her prior training sessions, and to her surprise, she enjoyed it. Her blonde teammate had taken the time to teach her the tree walking exercise, and true to his word, he stayed there to catch her every time she fell. Which thankfully was only a handful more times before she fully got the hang of it. Aside from the tree walking, Naruto had even taught her how to use the Kage Bushin no Jutsu, though he stressed that she would only be able to make 1 or 2 clones at a time due to her smaller chakra reserves. Under his guidance, she created one shadow clone to continue the tree walking exercise, while she started on the water walking, which she got down much faster than the tree walking exercise. Mostly due to the motivation as to not get wet since she had no spare clothing with her. Though looking back over the past few hours, Sakura was beside herself. She had learned more training with Naruto for a few hours than she had in a month under Kakashi. Though the latter was no surprise as the lazy Jonin had hardly ever taught them anything, earning the masked Jonin the nickname Tata-sensei between her and Naruto. You did good today, Sakura-san. If you ever want to train, just ask. Naruto stated as he handed her a water bottle as a series of poofs were heard as one by one each clone began to dispel at a slow rate. We should head back, you really don't want to be in this forest at night time. Naruto. She started, looking down at the ground. Why did you help me? After I have been mean and even abusive towards you. It's in the past, and you really can't live in the past if you want to enjoy the future. He shrugged. As of right now, you are a teammate that needed help. With that, Naruto collected his trench coat and put it in before making his way to the edge of the training ground, leaving the pink-ed alone to digest his words. Despite herself, Sakura felt a little disappointed for two things. One, he was putting his jacket back on, and two, he wasn't going to use the technique he used earlier to transport them, instead opting to travel through the forest once more. With a sigh, she followed after him. Once they left the forest, both parted to go to their respective homes. The next morning, Naruto stirred awake, as the rays of sunshine hit his face. A good half hour before his alarm was set to go off. Groaning in protest, he kicked the blankets off and made his way to his bathroom for his morning shower. You were right, Naruto-kun. Ari said. Sakura, seeing you train really pushed her to kick up her own training. Which I am glad for. He replied. Though she seems to have a lot of inner conflict. What do you mean? The fox girl asked, with a slight frown. You can see it in her eyes, almost as if someone is talking to her like we do. The blonde pointed out as he finished his shower and began drying off. However, I don't feel it's anything dangerous. So I won't worry about it. Finishing up, he quickly dressed and grabbed a few rice cakes before leaving his apartment to meet his team at the usual training ground. Wondering if his sensei would have anything to say about what happened yesterday afternoon. There wasn't any doubt in the Hanyu's mind that the masked Jonin was trying to position his precious Uchiha to rub elbows with those of higher status. Shaking the thoughts from his head as he arrived at training ground 7, to find Sakura already there sitting back against one of the posts. Morning, Sakura-san. He greeted, only getting a grunt in reply due to how sore she still was from all the training she did the previous day. Sleep well. I was out like a rock as soon as my head hit my pillow. She responded. How often do you train like that? Every day if I can. He replied with a shrug, as Sakura looked at him in shock. Every day? She questioned. Yup, sometimes I even spar with Anko-chan, who is also of Jonin rank. He grinned. And she doesn't hold back. Lost count how many times I got bitten by one of her snakes. Like a woman would make a good sparring partner. The Uchiha sneered as he walked onto the training ground, earning a glare from Naruto. I bet the only thing that whore is good for is to spread. Sasuke couldn't finish his sentence as a powerful killing intent flooded the training field, erupting from the young blonde who had a look of barely restrained fury in his eyes, causing the raven-haired emo to drop to his knees. Surprisingly, Sakura was unaffected by it as Naruto was focusing it all on the Uchiha. I would not finish that sentence if I were you, Uchiha. Naruto stated in a low, cold voice. One that promised unimaginable pain if not heeded. Either due to shock, or due to still recovering from the killing intent that the blonde had unleashed, Sasuke remained silent for the next few hours until their sensei arrived. Yo! Kakashi greeted as he appeared in a puff of smoke on top of one of the training posts. half expecting to get yelled at for being late. Instead he was met with silence. Sasuke was brooding against one of the remaining posts, while Sakura was reading a scroll of some kind that the masked jonin couldn't identify, though it looked like basic fuinjutsu, though he shrugged it off. On the other side was Naruto, reading a book. "Morning, my cute little genin." I smiled, this time actually getting their attention. "Late as always, Tada-sensei," Naruto commented, earning a frown from the silver-haired sensei. Though he didn't miss Sakura attempting to hide a giggle. "You should have declined the fire daimyo's wife yesterday, Naruto," Kakashi stated in disappointed. "I can only imagine how you made a fool of yourself in front of her in private. Then you must have a really good imagination. Maybe you should write a book, Tada-sensei," Naruto quipped without missing a beat. "And as a matter of fact, we simply had a nice lunch at Ichiraku's, her choice, before you accuse me of anything." "What did you two talk about?" Sakura asked, genuinely curious. Though Naruto could see that Kakashi wanted to know as well. "Religion mostly, and our thoughts on faith in general," the blonde replied honestly. "Turns out, Shijimidano and I share very similar views on the subject." Kakashi only shook his head and decided to drop it altogether. "Anyways, let's report to the Hokage's tower to get some more missions," he stated, earning a duo of groans from both Sakura and Sasuke. "Hokage Tower? Absolutely not. No more chore missions. I am an Uchiha elite, not some common peasant to do chores," ranted the raven-haired emo to the Hokage. "I demand a mission worthy of an Uchiha. So when is Tada team going to lecture the Uchiha brat about talking above his station?" questioned Ari from the back of Naruto's mind as he watched the scene unfold. Unaware that the Hokage had similar thoughts. "Probably when he gives up that smut he reads," Naruto mentally commented. "Ah, so never," the fox girl replied dryly. "Pretty much. Genin Uchiha." Hiruzen had enough of the boys ranting, and for the second time this morning, the last Uchiha was feeling the effects of killing intent being focused upon him. "You dare command your Hokage?" Sasuke could say nothing as he broke out into a cold sweat. "You will do missions as I command," Hiruzen continued. "You are lucky that I don't assign you 6 months of D-rank missions for your disrespectful outburst. With all due respect, GG, we could use a harder mission." Naruto decided to speak up after the old man had reined in his killing intent and sat back down behind his desk. Though his affectionate nickname of the village leader caused Kakashi to glare at the boy once more. "Do you think your team is ready for their first C rank, Kakashi?" the Hokage inquired, turning his attention towards the masked jonin. "Yes, I believe they are, Hokage-sama," the silver-haired jonin replied, keeping his answer simple. Hiruzen was silent as he looked over the team of genin before him. Without a doubt, he knew the boy he considered his surrogate grandson would be able to handle it from what he displayed against Mizuki. His eyes then cast over the lone girl on the team, Sakura. His first impression of her was that she would probably die on her first mission outside the village. However, it seems she has started taking her training seriously lately, which pleased the village leader. Then there was the last genin on the team, Sasuke. The boy was arrogant and overconfident in his abilities. Though he supposed he had the civilian council to thank for that, as they had inflated the boy's ego to astronomical proportions. Though the boy did have skill, he had to admit that. Without saying another word, the old man pressed a button on his desk to open the intercom to the reception area. "Send in the client," Hiruzen ordered. After a few moments, the door opened, revealing an old man with glasses, and grey hair. The most noticeable thing was that he smelled of cheapsake, causing the 3 genin to cover their nose from the stench. "So this is what I paid for," the old man grunted as he took a swig from his sake bottle. "A bunch of kids and a disabled man. I assure you, Tajuna, these shinobi are well trained and will complete your mission," the Hokage stated, whilst Kakashi held back Sasuke and Sakura from wanting to pound the elder man for insulting them. At least the blonde looks capable, the old man stated, much to the ire of Sasuke and Kakashi. Very well, Team 7. The Hokage said, catching the attention of the team before him. At 8 in the morning, you are to meet Tajuna-san at the main gate and escort him to Nami no Kuni and guard him while he finishes his bridge. Kakashi, don't be late. Hi, Hokage-sama. Team 7, minus Naruto exclaimed, as his mind was currently preoccupied with something. Why do I get the feeling that Shijimidano knew this was coming? He mentally asked no one in particular. Maybe it was her constant use of the word wave over lunch. Ari snickered. Well, better make a big splash then. He grinned as he walked out of the office with the rest of his team to get ready for the long-term mission. Knowing he had to say his goodbyes to his mates before he left. Also, he wanted to talk to Yojao about what he had decided. A few hours later, Naruto held his purple-haired beauty close to him as the two relaxed in the same tree they were in the night Mizuki had attempted to steal the forbidden scroll. Neither spoke for the time being, as they just enjoyed one another's company. Yojao already knew that he would be leaving the village for up to a month while on his first C-rank mission, and if she was completely honest with herself, she was partially concerned for her mate. Despite knowing that he could very well take care of himself. Even so, as strong as he was still growing and learning his powers. Seemingly sensing her concern, Naruto tightened his hold on her and kissed the back of her neck to comfort her. So you're going to go through with it? She asked, craning her neck to look at him. Once I get back from this mission, I am going to talk to Gigi about my heritage. He smiled as he helped her turn fully so that she could comfortably face him. I told you that I didn't mind. She smiled, though he could see it in her eyes that she was feeling the same as him. But I do. Naruto smiled as he leaned in and gave her a light kiss on the lips. I'm tired of hiding you. I want to come up behind you and hold you close to let everyone know that you're mine. Yojao blushed at his comment, but smiled all the same. That is why I am going to put myself into the Clan Restoration Act, and on my terms. He smirked. Because you know once the civilian council learns of my heritage, they will try and force anyone they want on me. This caused Yojao to scowl slightly. She didn't mind sharing Naruto with others who truly loved him. But the thought of him being forced to marry a bunch of gold-digging sluts just because of his clan status upset her greatly. And my terms are that I chose my would-be wives, and my Heims must approve of them. He whispered as he leaned in and kissed her once more. I understand. She replied before a mischievous grin appeared on her face. Just so you know, once it's official, I am dry humping you in front of Hayate team so he gets the message loud and clear. I must say, I will be looking forward to that. The blonde laughed, imagining the scene play out. Come, we should head home. I have to head out early tomorrow. Nodding, Yojao stood up and embraced her lover as they melted into the shadows together to return to their homes for the night. Chapter 7. Konoha Main Gate, 7:50 a.m. Sakura had imagined multiple scenarios for her first mission outside of the village as she and the rest of Team 7, minus Naruto, approached the main gates with Tajuna in tow. Experiencing life outside of the village. Meeting new and interesting people. Romantic time alone with her Sasuke-kun, and maybe even sharing a kiss with her obsession. What she wasn't expecting was to come across her blonde teammate being pinned against the wooden post of the main gate, with his mouth being assaulted by a woman with purple hair and a fanned ponytail. Dressed in a tan trench coat and a full-body mesh outfit, that miraculously covered her lady bits. The entire scene made her blush at the intimacy the two were showing. Anko, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked in an annoyed tone. That's Anko. Sakura mentally asked in shock, as she looked over the woman who had now broken her kiss from the blonde and was glaring at Kakashi. She looks hot. Inner stated as her outer self looked over the woman. I don't know who I should be more jealous of. Naruto-kun for kissing her, or her for kissing Naruto-kun. Damn it Inner, we're straight, and we love Sasuke-kun. The cherry blossom ranted in her mind. I don't care what you think. If we're straight, then why were you curious about kissing Ino? Inner smirked as she brought up long-forgotten memories from before she had ruined her friendship with the blonde girl. Sakura could only blush at the memory. While she claimed her first kiss would belong to Sasuke, in reality she had already had her first kiss with her best friend at the time nearly 4 years ago. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing that both girls had tried and had left both of them confused. For her part, Sakura didn't hate it and as such, didn't know what to do afterwards. I am here to see my mate off. Anko grinned as she held Naruto close to her body, allowing him to feel her assets as she pressed her chest into his, causing the teen boy to smirk at her antics. After all, he is going to be gone for so long. Naruto could only snicker as his Hebi fake pouted. Your mate? Kakashi inquired, confused with her wording. It's exactly as it sounds Tada-sensei. Naruto smirked, earning a glare from the masked Jonin. He was really starting to hate that nickname the blonde had labeled him with. You really need to up your standards, Anko. The silver-haired man stated, with a tone of disappointment. Let me guess, you would prefer if I were with duck ass over there. Anko scoffed as she gestured towards where Sasuke was. Like I would want some weak whore. The emo grunted before he felt a sting on his left cheek. Before anyone could react, Anko had skillfully thrown a kunai at high speed, just grazing the raven-haired boy's cheek, drawing a line of blood before she disappeared and appeared behind Sasuke with a second kunai to his neck, a sadistic smile on her face before she leaned in. You ought to show more respect to those around you. She whispered. Normally, she would lick the blood to induce more fear, but felt the Uchiha's blood may be as spoiled as him and get her sick. As it is, I already see over a dozen different ways to kill you right here. All of them extremely painful. Despite himself, Sasuke shivered in fear of the woman's words. Do not threaten my student, Anko. Kakashi glared at the snake mistress as he approached to defend his prized student. Oh that's right, this one here is your special one, isn't he? The purple-haired woman mocked, though stepped away nonetheless. Moving back over to where Naruto was, embracing him once more. Tell me, have you two flipped sticks yet? Who's the top and who's the bottom? Naruto couldn't hold it in as he burst out laughing at his mate's implications of both Sasuke and Kakashi. Sakura seemed to have caught on as well, and formed a severe blush as her inner self ran wild with mental images of the Cyclops and the emo in compromising positions. This of course prevented her from defending her love. As both Kakashi and Sasuke bristled at the comments, Anko turned around and faced Naruto once more, bringing him in close. Jashin-sama watch over you. She whispered into his ear. And may she watch over you as well, Hebi. He replied in a whisper as well, before kissing her deeply once more. Breaking it off and separating from her, gazing into her eyes one last time before the snake mistress used her shunshin to head to meet up with her friends at the local dango stand. That's so romantic. Inner Sakura gushed as she watched the scene play out between Naruto and Anko. How is that romantic? Sakura mentally inquired. All she did was dry hump Naruto and accuse Sasuke-kun of being gay. Girl, you need to open your eyes. Inner groaned at her outer self's ignorance. Why did she have to get stuck being the dormant personality? Look at the way they look at each other. There is nothing but love in those eyes. Go ahead and tell me you don't want someone, anyone to look at you the same way. Even Naruto-kun. The pink-et couldn't reply to her inner self. Because she was right, she would love it if someone were to look at her the same way she saw Naruto and Anko look at each other. It kind of made her jealous the more she thought of how perfect of a relationship the two seemed to have. While all she got was insults and rejection of her object of desire. A wave of sadness washed over her, causing her to frown. For the first time in 4 years, she was doubting her feelings over the raven-haired boy. "Well, guess we should be off then," Naruto stated, snapping Sakura out of her train of thoughts. "Naruto," Kakashi began, "where is your travel pack?" "I got everything I need right here," the blonde replied, opening his trench coat, exposing a few scrolls secured in their slots. Kakashi only frowned as he saw the scrolls. Sealing items into scrolls was a level 3 Fuinjutsu ability. There was no way that the blonde had the patience or intelligence to learn such advanced techniques. "I told you about lying, Naruto," the Jonin sighed as he produced a spare backpack and tossed it to Naruto. Only for the blonde to toss it right back. "I told you, I have everything I need," the teen replied before turning on his heel and began walking out the gate. Meanwhile, Tajuna was beginning to wonder if he should request a different team. The bridge builder didn't need to be sober to see there was a rift in the team due to the favoritism the man had witnessed. With a sigh, he took another swig from his sake bottom and followed after the blonde teen as the rest of Team 7 trailed behind. This is going to be a long mission, Kakashi thought to himself with a silent sigh as he took out his favorite orange book and began reading, letting out a few perverted giggles. With Anko. It hadn't even been half an hour, and already the snake mistress was missing her mate something fierce. Letting out a sigh, she entered the dango stand to see Yojeo and Kurane waiting for her. She could only imagine how her future sister-wife felt, since she couldn't be openly affectionate with their mate. Walking by the purple-haired Umbu, Anko gave her a comforting rub on the back before taking her seat on the other side of Kurane, whom didn't look to be in such a good mood. "What's got you down?" the red-eyed beauty asked, not used to seeing her usual loud and boisterous friend be so quiet and subdued. "It's the first time he will be away from her for so long," Yojeo supplied, earning a curious look from the genjutsu mistress. Kurane recalled that Anko was seeing someone, however she couldn't recall who she was seeing. Of course at the time she was wrapped up in her own relationship that she thought was perfect. Until recently, that is. "Him?" Kurane asked. "Her mate, lover, fiancé. Whatever you want to call him." Yojeo chuckled at her friend's cluelessness. "I know that," the red-eyed woman snapped. "Who is he? What's his name?" "Naruto." Anko smiled, as she gazed into nothingness, causing Yojeo to chuckle a little. "Wait. Naruto?" Kurane exclaimed. "As in Genin Naruto Uzumaki. The one and only." The snake mistress giggled. "Isn't he a little too young for you?" "I am only 6 years older than him," Anko replied. "Besides, the moment he put on his forehead protector, he became an adult in the eyes of the village." Kurane could only shake her head in response at the sudden dump of information on her. However, this caused her to frown slightly as she recalled what had happened a few days ago between Kiba and Hinata. "Something wrong?" Yojeo asked, noticing the genjutsu mistress's expression. "No, I could have sworn that Hinata was dating Naruto," she answered honestly. "Why did you think that?" Anko asked. "It wasn't like Naruto and I really hid that we were together." "Hell, I'm surprised you didn't know." "Well, a few days ago there was an incident between Kiba and Hinata during one of our team meetings." Kurane sighed as she remembered the events. "I swear, that Inyazuka boy doesn't understand the word no." Anyways, Kiba continued to insist that Hinata date him, going on about him being an alpha. Finally she had enough and laid the boy out on the ground and told him that she only had eyes for Naruto. Both Yojeo and Anko couldn't help but snicker as they imagined the Dark Princess, as Hinata had been dubbed by them, laying out the poor boy. Mainly because the boy had rubbed them both the wrong way with his constant bragging of being an alpha and that all girls or women should feel honored to be with him. Hell, just slap the Uchiha name on him and he would fit in perfectly with their arrogance. "Well, they are close," Anko cryptically replied. Though she didn't miss Yojo stifling a giggle that threatened to come out, though skillfully covered it with a cough. A lot of the times she will go over to his apartment or mine, depending on where he is to hang out. And you're not worried about that? Kurane frowned, looking to Anko, whom only shook her head. Nope. There are no secrets between Naruto-kun and I. She smiled again. Well ladies, I have to report for my shift in the Hokage's office. The purple-haired Umbu stated as she got up from her seat. I'll catch you girls later. With that, Yojo shunshined to the Hokage's office, leaving the two friends to talk. Alright Nai-chan, spill it. Anko stated, catching her friend off guard. What's bothering you? What do you mean? Well, you've never been this interested in other people's relationships before. The snake mistress pointed out. Also, you're being suspicious of Hinata and Naruto hanging out together, after you learned that he and I are dating. The red-eyed beauty sighed in defeat. Knowing that Anko wasn't going to let this go. It's that bastard Asuma. She gritted out. What did he do this time? Bastard's been cheating on me for pretty much the entire time we were together. Kurane hissed. Her blood beginning to boil at the betrayal. Hell, I don't even know if she's the other girl or if I am. Anko could only growl at this. Being one to take loyalty very seriously, especially since she had been abandoned by that snake bastard all those years ago. Glancing over, she could see her friend was even more upset than she was, and for very good reason. When I confronted him about it, he had the audacity to tell me it was because he was tired of waiting for me. The genjutsu mistress continued. No shame, no remorse. Just flat out told me that because I wouldn't spread my legs for him when he wanted, he was getting it from someone else. Please tell me you put him under some sort of genjutsu for that shit. Kurane shook her head in response. It wouldn't have helped and would have only made things worse for me. What with him being the son of the Hokage and all. So he pulls that bullshit, huh? Anko asked, clearly disgusted. Hides behind daddy's title. The red-eyed mistress nodded once more. I don't know Anko. Kurane sighed, putting her head down on the counter. Maybe if I would have just. No. The snake mistress hissed. Stop that line of thinking right there. If that bastard couldn't wait for you to be ready, then he never loved you to begin with. The black-haired woman looked up at her friend, whose eyes were full of fury currently. Trust me Nai-chan. Anko continued. Something as precious as that, you want to give it to someone who will love you back and respect your wishes. Not guilt you into having sex just to satisfy their own selfish desires. Anko. Kurane asked, not used to seeing the snake mistress impart this kind of advice. In the past her friend would just wave off such topics and tell people to do what had them happy. You're talking from experience, aren't you? Anko could only blush in response as memories of her and Naruto's first time flooded her mind. Oh my kami. The red-eyed mistress blushed at the implications. You already did it with Naruto. Yeah. Anko chuckled while scratching the back of her head sheepishly. For the record, he was the one who wanted to wait until he graduated. Mostly to avoid legal ramifications. I was the one who wanted to jump his bones after he hit puberty. Kurane could only look on, dumbfounded by her friend. But I don't regret waiting. The snake mistress smiled. I love him that much. And I will say, it was well worth the wait. When we finally did it, he was caring and sensitive. Making sure that I was comfortable and that we moved at my pace. The genjutsu mistress couldn't help but feel a little jealous of her friend. To have found someone, even if he was a little young in her eyes, that was that considerate for his partner. Something she wished she would find in someone someday. Careful Anko. Kurane smirked playfully. Keep bragging about him like that and I may have to seduce him myself. Only if I can join in. Anko quipped back without missing a beat. The red-eyed beauty only blushed in response as her more perverted imagination began running wild, flooding her mind with steamy images of both her and Anko pleasuring the young teen. Some of which were quite vivid. Team 7. 3 days later. It had been 3 days since Team 7 and Tajuna had departed Konoha. For the most part, things were quiet and calm between them, with Sakura striking up a conversation with the old bridge builder about how life in Nami no Kuni was. Of course, this was only after she had tried, and failed multiple times to get Sasuke to talk to her. As expected, Kakashi still had his nose in his favorite orange book as he followed behind his team, letting out a perverted giggle every once and a while when a scene would strike his fancy. It was a mystery to the team how he had not yet finished the book, with the amount of time he had his nose in it. Meanwhile, Naruto was jotting down something in a small notebook he had while he walked in the middle of the group. With Sasuke, Sakura, and the old bridge building just ahead of him, whilst Kakashi brought up the rear. So the hero finally finds the Demon Queen and Naruto thought over how to continue his book series he had been writing. Finds that the Demon Queen doesn't want to fight and wants to end the war between demons and humans. Ari chimed in with a slight blush. It didn't go unnoticed to the Kitsune girl that the parallels between the hero and the Demon Queen of his story mirrored their own experiences, though with some creative liberty. I like that idea, Ari-chan. The Hanyu mentally replied before scribbling down some notes. What many didn't know, aside from his girls, was that Naruto was an accomplished author with his own book series titled Demon Heart that were bestsellers, even outselling the Ika Ika Paradise novels in many stores. Now, he didn't use his real name as he knew no publisher in Konoha would publish his stories if they knew it was the demon brat that had penned these tales. No, he used the alias of Nu. Kitsune. The plot of the books was very close to home for the young Hanyu, with some minor changes. For one, he had the setting set in a fantasy-style world filled with mythical creatures, as well as knights, kings, and queens. Far removed from the shinobi world he lived in. Secondly, he divided the world into two sides. One of darkness and one of light, but gave both sides something the other wanted. The light world, as he called it, had fertile soil, bountiful crops, and livestock. Whereas the dark world had precious metals, gems, and stones. Both had something the other wanted and needed, which lead to the constant conflicts between the human race of light world and the demons of dark world. As Ari had expected, he modeled the main hero after himself, giving him a tragic backstory and everything, and modeled the demon queen after Ari herself, with a dashing of Anko as well, giving her a similar backstory. Two tormented souls that would connect to heal each other, and maybe even the world. His chakra rippled, breaking him from his thoughts and prompting him to put his notebook away and look to the road. Noticing two decent-sized water puddles, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It hasn't rained recently, right? Not in over 2 weeks. Naruto looked to those in front of him. To his surprise, he could see Sakura had gone quiet, eyeing the puddles as well, before turning her head to look at him. Giving her a nod that he also suspected a trap of some kind, he turned his attention to the Uchiha, whom wasn't even paying attention and had his eyes on his feet. Naruto didn't need to look back to see if Kakashi assumed anything. He had hoped that the masked Jonin would have sensed something as simple as the genjutsu before them. Sighing, he figured the only thing left to do was spring the trap and see who they were after. Though Naruto already had his suspicions, eyeing the bridge builder. The group was a little past 10 feet when the ambush happened. Two masked figures jumped out of the puddles and wrapped a chain around Kakashi before he could react and tore him to pieces, prompting Sakura to scream in horror at seeing her sensei get killed. Despite himself, Sasuke froze upon seeing Kakashi die, before he produced a shuriken and kunai. Throwing them both and lodging the chain the two assassins used into a tree, forcing the two to disconnect themselves from it. Not wasting time exchanging words, the two would-be assassins launched their attack. With one launching himself at Naruto, who stood ready with a black sword-like weapon in his hand. The blonde Hanyu effortlessly blocked the attack, before looking to see where the other attacker was, only to see him leaping over the Uchiha, kicking the emo in the back, before Sasuke could react and sending him to the ground, before the attacker launched himself at Sakura and the bridge builder. Damn worthless Uchiha. Naruto cursed to himself, pissed by the fact that Sasuke was taken out so easily. Parrying the strike away, Naruto used the dark blade to slash deeply into the side of his attacker before bringing the pommel end of his sword up to connecting it harshly to the man's head, effectively knocking him out. Without hesitation, he turned and used Kawarami to replace himself with Sakura, before it was too late, effectively blocking the strike with his blade. That's the second time he has done that to protect you, you know. Inner pointed out as Sakura stared in disbelief with a slight blush as Naruto paired off with the second attacker, before she heard a groan in pain from behind her. Turning, she saw the first attacker beginning to stir slightly. Not wasting any time, she kicked him in the face, knocking him out once more before producing some ninja wire and securing the prisoner. By the time Sasuke got back to his feet, Naruto had already subdued the second attacker and had moved him over to his accomplice and tied them both up together. Much to the last Uchiha's ire, as the raven-haired emo glared at the blonde Hanyu. How dare that clanless loser humiliate me like this and make me look weak? Sasuke mentally seethed. Now that that's settled, Naruto commented before looking to the forest line. You can come out now, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, what do you mean? Sakura sobbed. Kakashi-sensei is dead. Naruto didn't reply and instead gestured towards the location their sensei supposedly died in, revealing only shredded pieces of wood from a log the masked Jonin had replaced himself with, causing Sakura's eyes to widen in realization. You didn't think he would be that easy to kill, did you? Very good team. Came Kakashi's voice as he stepped back onto the road from his hiding spot. This caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow as the man never complimented them as a team. He always found something to stroke the Uchiha's ego. Even Sakura gave the masked Jonin a confused look. Now to see who these two are. The cycloptic Jonin stated as he pulled out a second book, much to the surprise of his team of genin. Gozu and Miizu, missing Nin from Kirigakure. Known as the Demon Brothers. Have any past run-ins with these two, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Nope. The man lazily replied. This is the first time we've met. Which means? Sakura said looking to the elder bridge builder who was now sweating up a storm. Kakashi seemed to have the same idea as he walked over to Tajuna and stared down at the elder man, making the poor man sweat even more. Knowing full well that he wasn't entirely truthful in what was really happening in his home country. Now, Tajuna-san. The masked Jonin began, eerily calm. You are going to tell me everything and why you lied about what this mission entailed. With a heavy sigh, the old man explained everything. From Gato moving his business into the country and beginning to strangle the entire country for more money. Leaving many family business bankrupt or very close to it. The way he had women kidnapped to entertain his men and to be sold off as sex slaves. The bridge builder was silently thankful that they hadn't turned their eyes towards his own daughter yet, but he knew they would eventually. I see. Kakashi sighed. Due to the client misleading us about the nature of the mission, protocol dictates that we turn back and... No, we push forward. Sasuke interrupted. I am an Uchiha. I will not run away like a weak coward because of some stupid, scared old man. Once I unlock my sharingan, I will be unstoppable and be one step closer to fulfilling my ambition. Well, the masked Jonin sighed once more, looking to his other two students. What do you two think? I only agree with Duck Ass that we should move forward and help these people. Naruto replied. Besides, this scenario is a double-edged sword. If we abandon our client, it will set a bad precedent for the village. But if we complete this mission, it will increase the village's reputation among other potential clients. And you, Sakura, The silver-haired sensei turned his attention to the pink-haired girl. I agree with Naruto," she stated, earning a raised eyebrow from the masked jonin. Normally she would agree with Sasuke, not Naruto. Though then again, the man couldn't deny that Naruto had made a much better case than the Uchiha did. "Very well," Kakashi stated. "We will continue on with the mission. However, Tajuna-san, be aware that you will have to pay the mission difference once we are done." The old bridge builder nodded his head in agreement as Kakashi set to work ensuring the two Kiri shinobi were firmly confined before summoning one of his dog summons to return them to Konoha for interrogation and to collect the bounty on the two. Inyazuka compound. The head of the Inyazuka clan watched as her daughter lounged under one of the large trees that dotted their compound, stroking the fur of one of her three ninkins that always accompanied her. Some could see the telltale signs. Hana Inyazuka had a crush on a boy. In fact, this was the first time she could recall her daughter ever being enamored with a boy. And some had it on good authority who that particular boy is. Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't hard since all week last week, her oldest pup would tell anyone who had the misfortune of being trapped by her about the blonde boy who had saved her ninkin. Much to the amusement of the clan head, and the aggravation of her youngest pup. Some frowned at Kiba's reaction when Hana had gushed about the boy. She knew her pup didn't view the blonde very kindly due to the Hyuga heiress's interest in the blonde, and now that his own sister was pinning for Naruto as well, just aggravated the young Inyazuka all the more. Some herself had no problems with the young blonde, as she had been very close friends with his mother before she passed away. If it wasn't for that damned civilian council, she would have adopted the pup years ago. The thought of those bastards made the feral woman's blood boil. She just knew that one of them, if not all of them, were behind the constant fox hunts the boy had to endure growing up. She did what she could to look out for the young blonde, but like the Hokage, she was extremely limited in what she could do for him. Though she was surprised to discover that the snake mistress herself, Anko, had entered a relationship with the boy. She wasn't sure how it happened, but she did see a strong bond between the two. She really didn't care about the age difference between the two. Hell, she was a solid 13 years older than Kiba's father before that sack of shit ran off. Still, if the boy her pup had a crush on was already in a relationship, it would cause heartbreak for her. As a mother, she could only wait and comfort her pup when the time came. She knew there was one way to avoid such heartbreak, depending on if the boy knew about his heritage. Still, she didn't like the concept of the Clan Restoration Act, as she had seen it go wrong all too many times. Where the women were merely treated as breeding stock, and little else. This also put her in a complicated position in the future. She knew the civilian council was already starting to push the Hokage into admitting the last Uchiha into the program. Her instincts screamed that the raven-haired boy would not respect any woman that was forced to be with him, and she knew that if Hana wasn't in a relationship by the time this happened, the bastards on the council would push to have her given to the spoiled brat. No, if her daughter was going to be in a relationship that revolved around the CRA, she preferred it being with Naruto. She saw how he treated the snake mistress with love and respect, and felt that he would no doubt treat any woman he was with the same way. The only question was, how would the Inyazuka clan head approach the blonde about his heritage? She decided that she would invite both Naruto and Anko over to talk to them about it, once the boy returned from his mission. In the meantime, she was content to sit back and watch how things unfolded. Besides, seeing Kiba fume over the blonde had been quite entertaining. With Team 7, 4 days after the Demon Brothers. Meanwhile, Naruto was having a sneeze attack, prompting everyone to look at him in questioning. "Sorry," he sheepishly replied. "Someone must be thinking about me." "Pretty sure it's more than one thinking about you, Naruto-kun." Ari giggled. After the attack of the Demon Brothers, the group had been more aware of their surroundings. Not wanting to get caught off guard again, and now that they knew the truth of what was happening in Nami no Kuni, they were better prepared. Without warning, Sasuke had leapt forward and threw a kunai into some random bushes, causing everyone to look at the raven-haired boy. With a bored sigh, Naruto entered the bushes to see what had gotten the emo's attention. Seconds later, returning with a bloodied kunai and a white rabbit. "Congratulations Sasuke, you found a rabbit." Naruto grinned, causing the raven-haired emo to scoff and a soft glare from Sakura. "Why is the fur white?" Kakashi thought to himself as he analyzed the rabbit the blonde had let go and ran off into the bushes once more. A whistling noise caught everyone's attention as a massive object came flying through the trees. "Get down!" both Naruto and Kakashi exclaimed, with the blonde pulling down Sakura and the old man, whilst Kakashi tackled Sasuke to the ground, as the boy had yet to move from his position. Just in time to avoid being cut in half by the massive blade that arced over the group before embedding itself into a tree across from the group. Slowly, they stood up and eyed the figure that was crouched upon the embedded blade. A muscular topless male with bandages covering the man's mouth. "Zabuza Uzumaki, demon of the hidden mist," Kakashi stated, recognizing the man from his bingo book. Raising his headband to reveal his lone sharingan. Chapter 8. Run. Kakashi shouted from the water prison he had managed to get himself trapped in. "Take the client and get as far as you can. His water clones can't travel too far from himself." "Yeah, except Zabuza's water clones move nearly as fast as him and would cut both Sasuke and Sakura down before they got 5 feet. Naruto mentally sighed. Though he did take heart that at least Kakashi cared about them enough to try and get them to safety. For now at least, knowing full well that once this was over it would be back to the same old crap of him sucking up to the Uchiha. Currently, the 3 genin were surrounding the old man to protect him, as mist rolled in around them, completely obscuring their vision. Sasuke was looking in every direction in panic as he searched for any signs of movement. It kind of reminded the blonde Hanyu of a bird, with the way the raven-haired emo kept jerking his head in each direction. Sakura for the most part faring a little better. She had a determined look on her face and was mostly using her eyes to search for any movement in the mist, instead of full head movements. Knowing full well it could cause blurriness to her vision. Still, she was scared nonetheless. Her only comfort that she would get out of this all right was Naruto, surprisingly. The blonde Hanyu on the other hand had remained impassive as he summoned a Tonto-sized black blade into his hand in a reversed grip position. Though no one could see due to the thick mist, the teen's eyes had changed from their normal cerulean blue to black, with a silver 4-point star design where his pupils were, as he had activated his Shadow Sato, shadow sight, allowing him to see perfectly through the mist and where everyone was through their life energy. Smirking some, as he even picked up traces of chakra in the mist, signifying where the water clones were. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys or heart. A deep voice echoed all around them in the mist. "Which one do I choose?" Without hesitating, Naruto spun around and thrust his black blade into the head of the large man that had appeared in the center of the group, just as he was lifting his massive blade to strike them down. Upon impact, the large man dispelled into a puddle of water, showing that it had been a water clone. "If you're going to kill someone, just kill them. Don't just talk about it." The blonde Hanyu mentally scoffed, earning a giggle from Ari. Slowly, the mist began to recede, prompting Naruto to deactivate his shadow sight, allowing his eyes to return to their normal cerulean blue. Looking across, he could see that Kakashi was still trapped inside the water prison. Going to have to get him out of there. Naruto frowned. To be honest, the blonde was a little disappointed that their sensei had been captured so easily. Then again, he could mark it up as to overconfidence on the masked Jonin's part. "Impressive Gaki, you killed one of my water clones," Zabuza stated in a mocking tone as he created another one to send towards the group. "Though, you should listen to your sensei and run away like the weak pathetic cowards you are." Naruto saw through the man's ploy to agitate them into attacking, Sasuke however did not and began to charge forward in anger. Furious that someone would call him a coward. Sasuke. No. The blonde yelled, trying to at least save the duck butt from getting himself killed. I am an Uchiha. The arrogant boy shouted as he ran towards the water clone, kunao in hand. I am an elite and I am not a coward. Sasuke got within 3 feet of where the water clone was before receiving a brutal roundhouse kick to the stomach, causing the raven-haired emo to spit up blood and saliva and sending him flying back to where Sakura and Naruto were. Immediately, the pinkette dropped down to her knees to aid her precious Sasuke-kun, only to be pushed away by a disoriented Uchiha, who could barely find his feet to stand. Leave me alone. The boy grunted. I'm just trying to help you, Sasuke-kun. Sakura insisted, trying to get the boy to his feet, only to be pushed away once more, this time more roughly, causing the poor girl to stumble back slightly. I don't need the help of a weak and pathetic fangirl. He seethed, causing the poor pinkette to fight back the tears that were threatening to break free. Naruto only sighed and shook his head, before performing a single hand seal to create 4 shadow clones to stay and watch over the old man and his 2 teammates. Keeping his black blade in a reverse grip position, he stalked forward towards the water clone, as Sakura and Tajuna watched on. What are you doing, Naruto? Kakashi yelled from his water prison. You aren't strong enough to go up against his water clone. Just get Sasuke and the client out of here. You know we won't make it more than 20 feet before he catches up to us, right? Naruto pointed out, though narrowed his eyes slightly at the silver-haired Jonin, not mentioning getting Sakura to safety as well. So, our only chance is to get you out of there. Ignoring any further protest made by his Jonin sensei, Naruto continued forward, meeting the water clone head-on. As the water clone moved to slash at the young blonde, Naruto ducked under the blade, spinning around while slashing his own blade deep within the water clone, causing it to dispel into a puddle of water. Sakura could only watch on in awe as Naruto had effortlessly taken out the water clone, whilst Sasuke glared at the blonde, once again being outdone by the clanless loser. Meanwhile, inner Sakura was drooling at how strong the blonde was. Twirling his blade, so that it was in the forward position, Naruto thrust his sword arm out slightly, causing the blade to lengthen to the size of a proper katana sword. That's quite the technique you have there, Gaki. Zabuza genuinely complimented the blonde. Truly impressed with the concept of being able to summon forth a weapon. I wonder how durable it is. You will find that my Takubiri-do, Dark Blade, is quite durable. Naruto smirked, knowing full well his shadow blades were virtually indestructible. Good. Zabuza laughed as he propped his massive sword up with one hand, as if it were as light as a feather. Let's see just how good you think you are, Gaki. Naruto only grinned as he dropped into a very familiar stance to Kakashi, causing the masked Jonin to widen his eyes in recognition. How does Naruto know that style? The silver-haired man thought to himself with a slight scowl, thinking that the young blonde had stolen the technique. That is Uzuki's moon dance style. Would be foolish to try and block his blade, even though I do have the strength to do so. No need to reveal my true power so soon. Naruto thought to himself, with Ari nodding in agreement. Knowing that he only had a few minutes tops, to get Kakashi out of the water prison before he ran out of air, Naruto kicked off the ground and shot forward with surprising speed. Nearly catching the Kirigakure shinobi off guard with how quick the young blonde had closed the distance between the two. Hefting his massive sword up, Zabuza performed a powerful swing with his left arm, aiming to bifurcate the young teen in one blow. However, Naruto had anticipated this, and at the last second the blonde Hanyu dropped and skidded on his knees under the blade, allowing it to pass harmlessly above him. Twisting as he slid, Naruto prepared his own attack and slashed upwards at the right arm that was holding the water prison. Zabuza's eyes widened in realization of what had happened and quickly released the water prison to save his hand, avoiding it from being cut off. Jumping back, the Kirigaku or missing nin could only stare at the blonde in pure shock of how effortlessly he had made it look to get him to disengage the water prison. Not bad Gaki. The Kirigaku or nin stated with a chuckle. Question is, was that skill or just luck? Let's find out, shall we? The blonde grinned. Both swordsmen readied their blades before charging towards each other and began to trade blows with one another. Rather than full-on blocking, Naruto would use his blade to deflect the much larger sword away from him before moving in close and delivering a few solid kicks to Zabuza's body before retreating back out of range. This Gaki is smart. Zabuza thought to himself as he continued to trade blows with the blonde Hanyu. Deflects my blade away and gets inside for some quick shots before jumping back out of range. Kid shows a lot of potential. The two trade more blows over the next few minutes, though not following the same pattern as Zabuza began to guard his insides a bit more to prevent Naruto from getting in a few hits. Though the blonde Hanyu still managed to sneak a few good kicks or punches into the larger man's ribs, fairly certain that he had cracked a few of them. As the two once more charged for a third exchange, Kakashi jumped in the center and blocked Zabuza's blade with his kunao, his sharingan spinning furiously at the Kiri missing nin. Your fight is with me. Kakashi stated. Naruto, get back with the team. We'll talk about this later. Looks like Tio-san is upset. Naruto chuckled, though spitting out the word Tio-san with venom. Guess we'll have to play later, Zabuza-san. Jumping back, Naruto rejoined the others, allowing his blade to dissipate. He ignored the glare from the Uchiha, as he retook his position beside the elder bridge builder, dispelling his clones as he did so. Sakura could only stare at the blonde in pure shock and awe. Still trying to wrap her head around what she had just witnessed. Naruto, a fresh genin from the academy, had just gone toe-to-toe with an enemy that gave her Jonin-sensei a hard time. What's the matter, Kakashi? Zabuza mocked the masked Jonin. Jealous that the kid was giving me a better fight than you did? Kakashi didn't bother replying, instead jumping back and doing a series of hand seals. Suten, Suiden no Jutsu. Water release, water bullet technique. The masked Jonin shouted, shooting a powerful torrent of water aimed towards Zabuza. Anticipating the attack, the Kirigaku shinobi jumped out of the way, avoiding the torrent of raging water as it ripped through a tree with enough force to cut it in half. Though Zabuza was a bit curious as to how Kakashi was able to perform the jutsu with that face mask on. Stopping off to the side of the silver-haired Jonin, Zabuza began to go through a large series of hand seals. However, he was shocked to see Kakashi mirroring each one perfectly and at the same time as him. Both finishing at the exact same time. Suten, Suiri Udan no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon technique, both exclaimed at the same time. Immediately, two large forms of water began to take shape into what appeared to be leviathan-like dragons. Each intertwining with one another before they bit into each other's bodies. Fighting for dominance, but only to come out equally matched as both bodies began to lose their form. Something's not right, thought Zabuza. He's copying my every movement. But how? It's almost as if he can read your mind. The silver-haired Jonin stated, causing the missing nin to widen his eyes in shock. Once more, both began going through a series of hand seals. With once again, Kakashi mirroring it perfectly. However, Zabuza hesitates, as he swears he sees an image of himself behind the masked Jonin. In that moment, Kakashi finished the last hand seal. Suten, Dabakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. The silver-haired Jonin exclaimed. Sending a furious torrent of water into Zabuza, hitting him directly. The Kirigaku or missing nin was at the mercy of the rapids as the waters slammed him into a tree with massive force, knocking the wind out of him. Before he could recover, a series of kunao struck his arms and legs, causing him to grunt out in pain. How? The man breathed out. Can you see the future? I foresee your death. Kakashi declared as he moved to deliver the finishing blow. However, before he could close the distance, two senbon needles penetrated Zabuza's neck completely. The man couldn't even react before he fell to the ground, unmoving. Foo, it looks like your prediction did come true. A voice sounded from the tree across from where Kakashi was, alerting everyone to the presence of the masked figure that had just shown up. Who are you? Kakashi asked, not taking his eyes off the masked individual. I am a hunter nin from Kirigakure, tasked with killing Zabuza there. The individual stated. I must thank you for weakening him. He has been a most troublesome prey. I see. The silver-haired Jonin stated as he covered his sharingan eye once more with his hitayate. Seeing this as their opening, the hunter nin jumped down and moved towards the body of Zabuza, grasping the corpse firmly. Without another word, the masked figure disappeared in a shunshin with the body of Zabuza. Well, now we should. Kakashi never got to finish as he fell over and would have hit the ground had Naruto not rushed forward and caught him. Taking note of his sensei's vitals, he let out a sigh of relief before turning back to the rest of his team. Chakra exhaustion. The blonde explained. How far is your home, Tajuna-san? About a mile up the road. The elder bridge builder answered. Nodding, Naruto hoisted his sensei over his shoulders and joined the others as they continued on their way. Tajuna in front, and surprisingly, Sakura was walking beside Naruto. Though she didn't speak, the Hanyo could feel a range of emotions flowing through her. Relief being the most prominent among them. Though the blonde did pick up hints of anger and resentment. At the back of the group was the resident emo himself, all the while glaring at the back of his blonde teammate. I don't know how he got so strong. Suzuki seethed. But I will find out what it is, and I will demand that he trains me in that power. Haytake will help me, he always gives me what I want. Then, I will be able to kill Ataka. 1 hour later. An hour had passed since the confrontation with Zabuza and the mysterious hunter nin before the group arrived at a quaint-looking home on the water's edge, complete with a small fishing dock. As the group approached, the door opened, revealing a slender dark blue-haired woman roughly the age of 24. Naruto noted that she was wearing a pink blouse with red accents along the neck and arms. A dark blue dress to complete her outfit. A single silver chained necklace adorning her neck. Though one thing that stood out to the blonde Hanyu was the red cloth she had wrapped around her left forearm. Though it was old, he could still smell trace amounts of blood from it. Tio-yu-san. The woman cried happily. You're home. That I am, Tsunami-chan. The old man smiled. And I brought help. The woman now identified as Tsunami looked over the group before she laid her eyes on Naruto, allowing them to linger for a moment as she took in his details. She could see something was embroidered on his jacket, though she couldn't quite make it out due to the body of the team sensei blocking it from view. Bowing, she thanked them for protecting her father, and coming to help. You're very welcome, Tsunami-san. Naruto replied. Do you have a room where our sensei can rest? He kind of overexerted himself and needs a good night's rest. Of course, follow me please. She answered with a smile. Leading them into the house, she directed Naruto to a room at the top of the stairs that was vacant, only furnished with a few futons. Tsunami held the door open as the Konoha shinobi filed in. Gently, Naruto laid the masked jonin down on one of the free futons, finally allowing the woman to see the kanji written on the back of his trench coat, causing her eyes to widen at the realization. Shadow Fox. Once more, Tsunami allowed her eyes to linger on the blonde, as anticipation and excitement bubbled up inside of her. It is just as Jashin-sama said. She eagerly thought. Soon, we shall be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. If there is anything you need, let me know. She finally spoke, before departing the room. A smile on her face. She desperately wanted to get the blonde alone so she could talk to him, and hopefully confirm what she thought. Even though she knew it to be true. It couldn't be a coincidence that this young man would arrive with such a peculiar kanji on the back of his jacket, mirroring her goddess's words. Once the woman left, Kakashi opened his eyes, revealing he had been faking being asleep the entire time. Slowly, he looked over each of his students. "So what's the plan, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked. "With Zabuza, this mission has easily gone from a C rank to an A rank." Kakashi sighed. "But Zabuza is dead, right?" Sakura pointed out. "That hunter Nain killed him and took the body." "Not really, since that hunter Nain had watched our entire fight." Naruto thought to himself. No doubt that they are working with Zabuza, and by extension, this Gato guy. Question is, why though? "Tell me Sakura, what do hunter Nains do when they kill their target?" the silver Jonin inquired. The pink-et thought to herself for a moment, before answering. "They dispose of the body on the spot. And yet this one takes the body." The blonde added. Making sure everyone was on the same page. "So their Zabuza could still be alive then." Sasuke smirked. "Good, he caught me off guard last time. Next time, I will show him why I am an elite." Naruto, and surprisingly Sakura, could only arch an eyebrow at the delusional Uchiha. So far, his title of being an elite has not been going well. He couldn't defeat one of the demon brothers, and he got flattened by Zabuza who wasn't even trying. Due to the change of mission parameters, we should request backup from Konoha to be safe. Naruto suggested, ignoring the glare the Uchiha sent his way. "I would recommend asking for Team 8 or Nico, if she is free." "Why them, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "Simple, Team 8 is a tracking team. Their tracking abilities would come in handy to ensure we don't get caught off guard," the blonde stated. "As for Nico, she is a highly skilled umbu and would be a great assistance against Zabuza. Not to mention both of them could be here in seconds with their shadow step ability." Naruto thought to himself. "Though, I expect it would be a bit of a shock for the rest of Team 8 to travel like that. I don't need any backup," the raven-haired boy exclaimed. "Once I unlock my sharingan, I will kill Zabuza and his little helper myself." "So what do we do, Kakashi-sensei?" the pink-et asked. "For now, we rest," Kakashi stated. "Tomorrow we will begin training for our next encounter with Zabuza and the masked shinobi that was with him." "So you're not going to request reinforcements?" the blonde asked, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Mostly in his supposed sensei for being so short-sighted and endanger them further just to stoke the Uchiha's ego. "We don't need it," the man stated. "Sasuke, Sakura, you two are dismissed. I need to have a talk with Naruto." The blonde mentally scoffed, as he already knew what was about to happen. He waited for both his teammates to leave before shutting the door and awaited the lazy Jonin to start. "Naruto, you were reckless when you ignored my orders and attacked Zabuza." Kakashi began, narrowing his eyes at the blonde who merely shrugged. "Not to mention, stealing techniques from other shinobi from the village." "I assume you're talking about my use of the moon dance style." Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "For your information, I haven't stolen anything. I am not an Uchiha, I don't need to steal, hey take." The Uchiha comment caused the silver-haired Jonin to narrow his eyes at the boy. Though he did flinch slightly at the teen's use of his last name, rather than his title or even nickname that the blonde had dubbed him with. "So if you didn't steal it, then how do you know it? How does anyone know how to do something, hey take?" Naruto stated with annoyance. "They are taught. Nico, or should I say, Yojao-chan taught me her style when I sought her out for training with swords." Kakashi's eyes widened upon hearing that Naruto knew Nico's identity. "You know it is looked down upon to have another train you when you already have a sensei," the silver-haired man stated, shaking off his earlier shock. Once again, you assume I am learning from her now. The blonde sighed. Truth is, I finished up my apprenticeship under Yujeo-chan just before graduation. The only extra training I get now, is from Anko-chan. And as her and I are engaged, she is free to teach me anything she wants. And Jashin-chan. Naruto mentally added, with a sly grin. Now, if you're done singling me out and accusing me of various other bullshit, I am going to go rest for tomorrow's training. When Kakashi didn't reply, Naruto left the room, closing the door behind him softly. As he headed downstairs, he was approached by Sakura of all people. What did Kakashi-sensei want? She inquired. Oh, he just wanted to thank me for saving him from the water prison he was in. Are you sure you were talking to Kakashi-sensei and not an imposter? Sakura cocked an eyebrow, earning a small chuckle from the blonde. No, he wanted to ask how I know how to use swords and the style I was using. What was that style anyways? The pink-et asked. It looked beautiful. It's called the moon dance style. Naruto answered. It relies on natural flexibility and evasion instead of powerful strikes and blocking. Are you okay? He asked, after a moment of silence passed between the two. While they were civil towards each other, the pink-et never attempted to carry out a conversation this long before. He had a suspicion as to why she was being more social with him. All surrounding a certain Uchiha and his recent actions. Whom suspiciously, wasn't around. Yet. Sakura sighed before continuing. I'm just frustrated that I try to help Sasuke, and he only pushes me away and insults me. Naruto could see tears starting to form around the pink's eyes. He knew that she was hurting on the inside from what had transpired a few hours ago. It was evident as the usual kun, was missing from the Uchiha's name. Gently reaching up, he wiped away the tears that were starting to form. Sakura was shocked by this gesture as she gazed up at the blonde who was looking into her eyes. At the close proximity, she couldn't help but blush. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Inner Sakura chanted, causing the pink-et to blush even more. I know you're in love with him. He gently spoke, breaking her out of her trance-like state. But unfortunately, you can't help those that don't want help. And to be honest, I don't think Sasuke will ever accept anyone's help. Currently, it seems all he cares about is himself and what others can give him. Sakura could only nod her head in acknowledgement. As much as she wanted to, she just couldn't bring herself to defend her love. Mostly because she knew that her blonde teammate wasn't trying to insult Sasuke. He was merely speaking the truth. Feeling he had comforted his teammate enough, Naruto stepped back and began to depart the house. Sakura couldn't help but feel cold at his sudden absence, no longer being comforted by his warmth. Looking up, she saw as he approached the door. What are you going to do, Naruto? I am going to scout around and see what's going on. He replied. You get some rest, you look tired. With that, he left the house to scout the perimeter of the home before heading off into the town area. Leaving the pink-et alone to digest his words and struggle with her own rising feelings towards the blonde Hanyu. Unknown location, Nami no Kuni. The light from the room's lone lantern flickered, as it cast the shadows of a lone individual leaning over what appeared to be a makeshift bed. Currently occupied by a prone muscular man with 2 needles lodged in his neck. As the standing individual leaned down to gently remove the foreign objects, the muscular man shot his hand up to stop the person. Reaching up, he brutally ripped the 2 needles from his neck. Gently please, Zabuza-sama. The masked individual stated, clearly worried about the larger man. If you pull those out any which way, you really will kill yourself. How long are you going to keep that ghoulish mask on? The larger man grunted. Taking the hint, the masked individual unclasped their mask and removed it. Allowing the lights from the lantern to bounce off of her smooth, almost perfect skin, with her jet black hair framing her face. Her chocolate brown eyes full of concern for the larger male. "How are you feeling, Zabuza-sama?" she asked. Zabuza was silent for a handful of seconds as he mentally recounted his fight with the Konoha shinobi. He was upset at himself for falling for Kakashi's mind games that gave the silver-haired shinobi the edge in their battle. "I shouldn't have let myself fall for that Konoha scum's mind game, Haku," he replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. "However, that blonde Gaki, he interests me. He is no older than I am, and yet it seemed he was very skilled with that ability of his," Haku commented. "Even more, I have a feeling he was holding back," the larger man speculated, as he laid back down in the bed. "I look forward to fighting him again." Haku could only smile at Zabuza. The man always did enjoy a good fight, especially with those that could really push him to his limit. However, their conversation was interrupted when the two heard the door creak open, exposing a short gray-haired man with a mustache and sunglasses, wearing a business suit. Two individuals with swords on either side of him. One was a shorter man, with bluish-white hair and a large overcoat. Two red lines tattooed under his eyes. The second figure was a taller, slightly more aged-looking man with an eye patch over his right eye with dull brown hair tied up into three top knots. Large tribal-style tattoos adorning his left chest, shoulder, and arm. These two were exiled samurai from the Land of Iron, now acting as the corrupt businessman's bodyguards. "You have some nerve showing your face around here after that failure of yours against those pathetic Konoha shinobi," Gato stated, clearly displeased with the results. It would appear that Kirigakura shinobi are overrated. This earned a small chuckle from the man's two bodyguards. "I'll get them next time." Zabuza merely shrugged as best he could, his body still feeling the effects of being in a death-like trance. "Just keep my pay coming. You have one more chance, Zabuza." Gato sneered. "You fail me again, and I will have these two cut off your arms and legs, leaving you alive to watch the rest of my men have fun with your little tool here." Both ex-samurai grinned at the concept. Eager to spill blood. To ensure he had the last word in the matter and to leave his threat standing, Gato departed the room, with the two bodyguards in tow behind him. Both Zabuza and Haku however only glare at the trio as they departed. Haku was shaking in anger, and a bit of fear at the threat, whilst Zabuza's blood was boiling. He desperately wanted to cut that pathetic man's head off and shove it in an undisclosed location on the man's body. "I really hate that man," Zabuza commented, earning a nod from Haku. Konohakagure, nighttime. It had been a massively boring day for the beautiful Umbu known as Nico. The only interesting part of her day was when the Hokage's grandson burst into the room, attempting to kill the old man in the child's bid for becoming Hokage, only to trip on his own scarf and face plant into the floor. It was cute the first few times, though after the 438th attempt, it was starting to get annoying. Making her way towards the dango shop to meet up with the rest of the girls, the purple-haired woman couldn't help but wonder how her mate was doing on his first mission outside of the village. She couldn't help but feel a little giddy at the prospect of being able to be openly affectionate to the blonde Hanyu after he returned and talked with the Hokage. And she fully intended to keep her word of dry humping her lover in front of Hayate. Smirking at the thought, she continued on her way towards her destination. Arriving there after a few minutes. As she approached, she could make out Kurane and Anko talking about something, while Hinata sat in between them, eating a stick of dango, and to her surprise, drinking some sake. "Anko, would you stop corrupting my student?" Kurane stated in an exasperated tone. "She's already dressing like you, I don't need her having your drinking habits too." Anko could only laugh in response at how overprotective her friend was being over her student. Even the Hyuga heiress herself was chuckling at her sensei's antics. Yojao could see the dark-haired girl's cheeks were already a touch flushed, indicating that the Hyuga heiress was already a little tipsy from her consumption of the alcoholic beverage. Ladies. Yojeo greeted as she entered the establishment, taking a seat next to Anko. Giving the snake mistress a one-armed hug. So, anything interesting happening in the old goat's office? Anko asked in a teasing tone. Anko. Show some respect for the Hokage. Kurane chastised, and cast Hinata a sharp glare as the heiress stifled a giggle. Oh, there was another attempt on his life. The purple-haired woman casually commented. Bringing the total tally to 438. Kid's determined, gotta give him that. The snake mistress replied, as they all knew who it was. When is that kid ever going to learn that there is no shortcut to being the Hokage? Kurane asked, while shaking her head. Who knows? Yojeo shrugged. Naruto-kun even gave him a small lecture about it, but looks like it went through one ear and out the other. Naruto-kun. The ruby-eyed genjutsu mistress mentally questioned herself, as she never recalled the Umbu woman to ever refer to Naruto in such a way. Doesn't help, given who the kid's private tutor is. Anko replied. Wouldn't put it past the closet pervert to tell Konohamaru to just ignore what Naruto-kun told him. Anything else interesting happen? Hinata asked with a slight slur to her speech, taking another sip from her sake bottle. Well, since Naruto-kun advised Hokage-sama to use shadow clones to get the paperwork done faster, the old man has been binge reading his Ika Ika Paradise books. The purple-haired beauty sighed in annoyance. Seriously? Anko asked. What the hell do people see in those books anyways? It's just smut. No story, no character development, no plot. Just sluts with big tits that jump on the main character's dick on every page. Anko. Language. Kurane chastised, though the snake mistress just waved her off. Personally, I am glad Naruto-kun gave me a copy of Demon Heart. Yojeo smiled, as she produced said book from her pouch. Much better story and characters, and the love feels more grounded and real. Not driven by lust. I agree, much more well written. The snake mistress smiled, producing her own copy and hugging it. Can't wait for the third book to come out. What's it about? The ruby-eyed mistress asked, a little interested into why her friends and by the looks of it, her student, were so interested in this book series. You haven't read it yet, Nai-chan? Anko inquired. No, Kurane shook her head. Every time I go to the bookstore, they are sold out. Here, Yojeo stated as she handed her friend her copy of the book. You can borrow mine, I've already read it at least 20 times. Are you sure? Kurane asked as she took the book. Looking it over. The cover featured a fantasy setting with a knight standing on a battlefield littered with various broken weapons, shields, and bodies. While she appreciated the effort put into the art, it was the tagline that caught her attention. A world divided, but can a forsaken love unite the broken world? Interesting. The genjutsu mistress thought to herself as she flipped the book over to read the summary on the back. She was beginning to see just why this book series was so popular with the women in the village. Just make sure I get it back, okay? Yojeo smiled as she saw her friend becoming absorbed with the book before being shaken out of her daze. Of course. Kurane returned the smile. Thank you. I miss Naruto-kun. Hinata said out of nowhere, as all the talk of the blonde was beginning to make he depressed of him not being around. Ah, it's okay, Hinata-chan. Anko comforted her by wrapping her arms around her shoulders. He'll be back before you know it. And then we can have some real fun with him. Hinata could only giggle, catching the snake mistress's innuendo. This of course didn't get lost on Kurane, who only glared at her friend and student before shaking her head. Come on, Hinata, I need you sober tomorrow. The genjutsu mistress stated as she began to guide the young Hyuga heiress out of her seat. I'll let you sleep at my house, because there is no way in hell I am explaining to your father why you are drunk. You worry too much, Kurane-sensei. Hinata giggled in her slurred voice. I'll catch you girls tomorrow. Kurane bid her farewell to Anko and Yujeo before guiding a stumbling Hinata to the streets. She grows up so fast. Anko grinned, while Yujeo only shook her head while chuckling. You know Kurane is going to tear into forgetting her prized student drunk, right? Anko only shrugged. She wasn't too worried about her friend's reaction. Yujeo-chan, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Came a voice from behind the two, accompanied with some coughs. Earning a scowl from the two women. You know I always come here after my shift, hey team. Yujeo stated, clearly upset at the new arrival. Hayate merely shrugged off her insult towards him, and pulled up a chair next to her, much to her annoyance. So, meet your supposed fiancé yet? He asked in a smug tone, believing that the man would never show up. As a matter of fact, I have. Yujeo smiled. And I must say, I am vastly pleased with the arrangement. This only caused the coughing man to scowl. Something that did not go unnoticed by the two women, whom only smirked at his reaction. And just where is he? Hayate asked. If you must know, he is on a mission the Hokage sent him on. Yujeo replied. So he is a shinobi then. He stated. Always that chance that he may never make it home. That is highly unlikely as he is rather skilled. The purple-haired Umbu praised her mate. I have had the honor of sparring with him multiple times, and he has always been able to come out on top. In more ways than one. Yujeo couldn't help but smirk as her innuendo had hit Hayate with full force. Causing jealousy to rise up within the man who just couldn't take the hint that the purple-haired Umbu just wasn't interested in him. He scowled as he spied Anko behind her, covering her mouth as she laughed. Perhaps, but even the mightiest of shinobi have fallen. He responded, though his voice dripped with jealousy. Should that day ever come, hey team. Yujeo narrowed her eyes towards the man, causing him to flinch slightly. I would sooner date Anko-chan here, than you. Ah, I knew you loved me, babe. The snake mistress grinned, playfully wrapping her arms around the purple-haired woman, causing said woman to chuckle and lean into her hole just to push it further. This only caused the scowl on Hayate's face to deepen before he aggressively got up from his seat and left the stand, feeling humiliated once again by the object of his desire. Of course his quick departure only caused the two women to laugh even harder. After a few minutes, their laughter finally died down, with Anko turning to her future sister-wife. So, how do you think he will take it when he finds out it's Naruto-kun? The snake mistress arched an eyebrow. Fairly certain he is going to have a severe meltdown, followed by an entire one-sided argument about how he is more of a man than our lovely Naruto is, and probably swear some sort of revenge later. Yujeo predicted, earning a chuckle from her friend and future sister-wife. Should be an entertaining show. Anko replied with a chuckle. Very entertaining. With Kurane and Hinata. As the two walked, the Hyuga heiress continued to lean on her sensei for support as they made their way to her small apartment. Kurane was thinking of all kinds of ways to tear into Anko for influencing her student to drink. Though on the other side of her thoughts, it was somewhat of a relief to see the girl be more open and confident. Arriving to her two-bedroom apartment, the genjutsu mistress guided her student to the spare bedroom and laid her down on the bed. Ensuring she was comfortable, only to be grabbed and pulled into a firm hug by the still tipsy girl, whom was also trying to kiss her, before realizing who she was with and blushed in embarrassment. Sorry Kurane-sensei. Hinata yawned. I am used to hugging and kissing Naruto-kun goodnight when I stayed over at Anko-chan's. Hinata, Kurane sighed, debating if she really wanted to approach the subject with the girl. You do know that Naruto and Anko are dating, right? Hinata only nodded in response. I know you've had a crush on Naruto for a long time, Kurane approached the subject as gently as she could. But maybe you should start looking for other boys your age who are still single. Hinata shook her head. It's okay, Anko-chan said we could share Naruto-kun. The Hyagaera smiled fondly. And I have already slept with Naruto-kun. Kurane couldn't stop her mouth from dropping open. However, to her horror, her student continued. He was so gentle and loving. Hinata blushed with bliss-filled eyes. And so big. So big. Oh okay, I will see you tomorrow morning then. The genjutsu mistress stated before hurrying out of the room. Not sure what to make of what her student had just said. She must have been talking about a dream. She tried to convince herself. Yeah, that's it. She is just remembering a dream she had. It was flimsy and illogical, but the ruby-eyed woman didn't want to think of the alternative. Grabbing her favorite bottle of wine and a wine glass, she stared at the glass for a moment before setting it back down and retiring to her bedroom with the wine bottle, deciding she would have a talk with Anko about this later and get all the facts. Nami no Kuni, nighttime. It was late by the time Naruto returned to the house. Partially because he wanted to make sure the home was secure, and mostly because he wanted to get a feel for the task at hand. Every time Gato's name was brought up, he felt a tingling in the back of his mind. He knew what it meant. Jashin-chan wanted his soul, and Naruto was more than willing to fulfill her will. With that in mind, he looked for any information he could scour about the greedy man. Unfortunately for the blonde Hanyu, he couldn't get any solid leads on where the man was hiding. Though he did learn that Gato had a small military force of bandits that numbered close to 300. Not to mention he always had two rogue samurai around him at all times acting as bodyguards. As quietly as he could, he opened the kitchen door to enter the home. He was half expecting Kakashi to be sitting there waiting for him, or maybe Sakura. He was not, however, expecting the bridge builder's daughter sitting at the table with 2 cups of tea ready. Welcome back, Naruto. She smiled as she offered him one of the cups, which he gladly received, sitting down at the table with her. Was your outing productive? I was able to get a better idea of what we are up against. He responded truthfully, as he looked her over. Causing her to blush a little, though she didn't mind as she thought he was rather handsome. His eyes then wandered down to her arm where the bandage was still firmly wrapped around her forearm. Is your arm okay? He asked. If you need, I know a moderate amount of medical ninjutsu that can accelerate the healing process. If you wouldn't mind. She smiled as she undid the bandage, exposing a mostly healed cut. Though from what Naruto could see, it looked to have been a rather deep cut. Placing his hand over the cut, his free hand gently holding her hand, a faint green glow began to emit from his hand, coating the wound as he did so. Slowly, what was left of the wound began to close up and heal faster until nothing was left except smooth skin. If you don't mind me asking, how did you receive such a cut? Deciding this would probably be her only chance, since everyone else was asleep. Not to mention, this was the reason she had stayed up to await the blonde shinobi. Can I show you something? She asked as she got up from the table. I am sure it is something you would be interested to see. Naruto could only cock an eyebrow, while Ari was blushing madly at the woman's bold move. It's nothing like that, I promise. She smiled, well aware of how her words sounded. Although, you are cute. Maybe later. Oh my, she is a bold one, Naruto-kun. Ari giggled from his mindscape. Standing up, he followed Tsunami as she led him to the basement and down the stairs until she stopped at a lone door at the bottom of the steps. Pulling out a key, she unlocked it and opened the door. Exposing her hidden altar she prayed to. Immediately, Naruto recognized it and couldn't help but to smile. I prayed to Jashin-sama 2 weeks ago to aid us in our time of need. Tsunami explained. She told me that soon, we would be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. And here you are. What makes you think I am the one that Jashin-chan sent? Naruto smiled as he looked at the dark blue-haired woman. Jashin-chan, huh? Tsunami smirked, slowly approaching the blonde Hanyu. Once within arm's reach, She reached out and traced her fingers around some of the threads on the front of his jacket, smiling as she gazed into his cerulean blue eyes. Aside that you just gave it away. The name you have on the back of your coat, Shadow Fox, is a pretty big giveaway. I suppose it does. Naruto chuckled. Would it be too bold of me to kiss you, Naruto-kun? She smiled, leaning in slightly. I wouldn't be opposed to receiving a kiss from a beautiful woman, such as yourself. The blonde gave a fox-like grin. Just so you know, you would have to share, since I have 3 girls back home. Tsunami's only response was to lean in further until she was merely millimeters away from his lips, still gazing into his eyes. I don't mind. She whispered as she closed her eyes and instigated the kiss. Naruto soon followed suit, closing his eyes as he allowed her tongue into his mouth to begin fighting for dominance with his own. Out of instinct, he held her closer as the kiss deepened between the two, not that she minded. It had been far too long since she had been held by a strong and caring man. After a few minutes, the two broke the kiss with a string of saliva hanging between them. Tsunami couldn't help but blush as Naruto smiled to the young woman. Are you sure about this, Tsunami-chan? The blonde Hanyu asked, getting a nod in confirmation. If you are sure about this, then let us take it slow and get to know each other better. I would like that very much, Naruto-kun. She smiled, giving another light kiss to the blonde Hanyu. Looks like you got another one, Naruto-kun. Ari teased from the back of his mind. What can I say, the ladies just love me. The blonde Hanyu mentally responded, eliciting a small chuckle from the kitsune girl. Before the two headed back upstairs, Tsunami made sure to lock up her altar room before joining the blonde upstairs to turn in for the night. Pleasant thoughts on the young woman's mind about the blonde in front of her. A perverted smile creeping onto her face as her mind gave her other images of the blonde shinobi. Thank you Jashin-sama for sending him here. She thought. Chapter 9. The next morning. The smell of delicious food and laughter greeted the rest of Team 7 as they filed down the stairs and into the kitchen area, to find Naruto and Tsunami chuckling amongst each other as the blonde had shared a story of one of his past pranks he had pulled on some of the umbu, minus his Yojeo-chan. Dyeing their uniforms a vibrant pink and layering it with a seal that should they try and use a henge to hide the color, it would henge them into a random female appearance. The first thing the pink-et noticed, was that the two sat rather close to each other, despite there being plenty of room at the table. This caused a small hint of jealousy to flare up from within her, even if she didn't want to admit it. Her inner self on the other hand, was laughing up a storm, having sensed her outer self's reaction to the scene before them. Morning Sakura-san. Naruto greeted, purposely ignoring the other two as he took a sip of his coffee. You're up, breakfast is ready. Tsunami beamed. Help yourself. Thank you, Tsunami-san. Sakura said before helping herself to a modest portion of eggs, bacon, and toast. Kakashi also gave his thanks, while Sasuke only grunted, prompting Naruto to whisper something into the woman's ear, causing her to giggle. Earning a glare from the emo, and for the masked Jonin to narrow his eyes at the blonde. Sakura, surprisingly, found that she didn't care. Despite knowing that whatever her blonde teammate had said was about Sasuke, she just didn't have the urge to defend the raven-haired boy. After her short talk with Naruto the previous day, she really began to analyze her feelings towards the last Uchiha and how he himself acted towards everyone around him. Looking back through her memories, thankful that she had a photographic memory, she had come to the conclusion that her blonde teammate was correct. It had hurt her to admit it to herself, but the last Uchiha only cared about himself, power, and what those around him could give him. She had also began to recall anomalies that occurred during their years in the academy. She could recall one particular moment that stood out. A civilian boy by the name of Jubei had actually outperformed the last Uchiha in a ninjutsu demonstration by performing an impressive technique that even left the teachers' mouths on the floor. However, the next day, Jubei was absent and Sasuke used the technique he had. Some time later, she had ran into her former classmate, and being her fangirl self at the time, had bragged about her Sasuke-kun being able to perform the same jutsu even better than he had. However, the words he spoke still hung over her head. Now with even greater weight as she was beginning to learn just what type of person her precious Sasuke-kun was. Of course he performed it. Jubei spat with venom. That bastard dragged me before the civilian council and forced me to hand over all of my jutsus before they sealed my chakra and banished me from being a shinobi. Sakura frowned at the memory. She never saw the boy after that day. This of course didn't go unnoticed by her blonde teammate. You okay, Sakura-san? Yeah. She sighed, shaking away her memories. Just thinking. Naruto merely nodded, not wanting to push for anything. He figured that if she really needed to, she would talk to him later about it. Though he did notice a stark difference in her attitude towards their raven-haired teammate. So far, she had refrained from attempting to sit close to Sasuke, like she normally would. In fact, the blonde noticed that she hadn't said a single word to him the entire morning. In a word, he was proud of his pink-haired teammate. It seemed that she had finally broken out of her fangirl ways completely. Once you finish breakfast, meet me out back in the forest. Kakashi instructed before he left the table. The man had cleared his plate without any of his genin noticing, prompting a series of arched eyebrows wondering if he had ate through the mask. A short while later, all three of the genin were gathered around their mask sensei, whom was standing near one of the many trees. As expected, the silver-haired jonin had his nose in his orange book once more. So what are we going to be training with today, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura, sounding a bit more excited than she normally would have at the prospect of training. Tree climbing. The masked jonin stated with an eye smile. Both Sakura and Naruto frowned at this, knowing full well what exercise their sensei was talking about. Sasuke on the other hand began to rant that climbing trees was a waste of time, demanding to know how climbing a tree would help him get stronger to fight Zabuza. While I could think of countless other exercises to help better prepare ourselves for the coming fight, though Duck Ass is a complete idiot to think that tree walking is a waste of time since it helps with chakra control and helps expand your own reserves. Naruto thought to himself. Can you do it without your hands, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, prompting the raven-haired emo to shut up and look at the masked man in question. As if to prove his point, the man turned and began to walk up straight up the tree as if he were on a leisurely stroll, much to the last Uchiha's shock. Sakura and Naruto however, were unfazed as both had mastered it already. Once the masked man had finished his walk, now standing upside down on one of the thicker branches, he reached into his pouch and tossed 3 kunao at the ground in front of his genin. Use these to mark your progress, the man instructed, jumping down from the tree to stand in front of them once more. Once in front of them, he began a lazy explanation of how to perform the tree walking exercise. Though, due to his laziness, he had left out a few small details. For a moment, Sakura and Naruto debated if they should fill in the missing information, but both decided against it. Since they knew that the Uchiha would no doubt get pulled to the side for more personal training with the masked jonin. Sasuke, grab your kunao and follow me. I have something I want you to work on as well as tree walking. Kakashi said, after he had finished his lazy explanation before turning to his remaining two. You two stay here and work on your tree walking until you have perfected it. Which, knowing Naruto is going to take all day, if not longer. Not leaving room for the blonde in question to talk back, the silver-haired jonin quickly led the last Uchiha deeper into the forest. Did he forget that you were fighting Zabuza on the water? Sakura asked, after the two had disappeared into the trees. Not to mention we have an A-rank missing nin, who is also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, after our client, and his wonderful idea is to have you and I do tree walking while he pampers the Uchiha. Naruto sighed, clearly disappointed with his supposed sensei. Without a doubt, if he hadn't already learned from Ari-chan, Anko-chan, Jashin-chan, and Yojeo-chan, he would be screwed at this point. Either way, I have an idea on what you can do. First, let's make some shadow clones to do the tree walking exercise and instruct them to pretend to struggle with it. In case Tada-sensei decides to check on us. The blonde instructed. Without question, Sakura created her shadow clone and did as instructed before turning to her blonde teammate, awaiting to see what he had planned. Alright, while our clones are doing this, we are going to go further down the shoreline to avoid Tada-sensei from spying on us. There, we are going to determine what your elements are and go from there. Naruto explained, earning a nod and a look of anticipation from the pink-et. With that said, the two departed down the shoreline. After a good half-hour of walking, they reached an open beach area, with sheer cliff faces behind them, giving them perfect cover from any would-be spectators. Perfect in case a certain silver-haired shinobi stumbled near their location. You know, this is almost like a date. Inner Sakura gushed. Just the two of you, alone on a private beach. Just imagine him suddenly turning around and kissing you, dominating your mouth with his tongue as you feel up those muscle he has. Sweet Kami, inner. Sakura blushed heavily at the onslaught of descriptions her inner self had provided. We are here to train, not ravage or be ravaged by Naruto-kun. It's Naruto-kun now, is it? Inner teased, prompting her outer self to blush once more. Don't be like that outer-chan, it's good you're being honest with yourself. Sakura-san, are you okay? Naruto asked, snapping the pink-et out of her thoughts. You kind of spaced out there. Yeah, sorry. She apologized, clearly embarrassed. As if the blonde in front of her could hear her inner dialogue. It's okay, he gave her a fox-like grin. You can fantasize about me later. Let's get started. Immediately, Sakura went red from a deep blush that invaded her face. All the while her inner self was teasing her and threatening to unleash more details of what the two of them could do alone. If Naruto noticed, he said nothing as he rummaged through his trench coat and produced what appeared to be a square piece of blank paper. Here we go, he said as he handed a piece to the pink-et. This is chakra paper, this will help us determine what your elements are. All you have to do is set it on the ground and channel some chakra into it. How will we know what my elements are? She asked as she looked over the piece of paper. Well, it's simple. He explained. If you have a fire element, the paper will catch on fire and turn to ash. Wind, it will cut in half and in some cases become shredded. Lightning will cause the paper to wrinkle. Earth, the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away. And finally water will make the paper become damp. Sakura nodded in understand and set out to do as she was instructed. Not missing the irony that once again, she was learning more from Naruto than their own sensei. Setting the paper down, she channeled her chakra into it only for the paper to split itself in half. One half turned to dirt and crumpled away, while the other half became very damp. Alright, you have earth and water. Perfect for you really. Naruto smiled. You have the perfect defense with earth, and a powerful offense with water. Sakura actually wasn't too surprised. It actually felt like a perfect fit. Now, let's see here. Where did I put them? The blonde murmured to himself as he rummaged through his coat once more before producing two sealing scrolls. Here we go. Without explaining what he was doing, he opened both scrolls and applied a little chakra to each, prompting a few scrolls to poof into existence. Clearly labeled earth and water. Unfortunately, I can't help you with these, since I don't have a strong affinity towards them. The blonde frowned. But these scrolls should help you greatly. Thank you, Naruto-ku. She stopped herself before she finished. What elements do you have? Naruto arched an eyebrow at the sudden shift in behavior, but shrugged it off. I have wind, lightning, and darkness. He shrugged. With a little bit of fire. You have 4. It's complex, but yes. He sighed. Wind and lightning are my main ones. The darkness comes from my bloodline. And the fire, well, that's a bit more difficult to explain as it is an S-rank secret in the village. Sakura frowned slightly as she pondered what Naruto could be involved in that required such a high-ranking secret to be placed around him. However, as curious as she was, she didn't push. She knew full well that divulging such a secret could sentence her to death, or worst case scenario, both of them. Maybe later I will tell you about it. He frowned. For now, let's start training. I want you to create a second shadow clone and have it do water walking while you study those scrolls. The pink-et nodded and set to work doing as he instructed. 6 hours later. It was around 2 p.m. before Naruto and Sakura returned to the house. The pink-et looking a bit worse for wear than normal as she had decided to spar with the blonde to get a better grip of some of her new jutsus. In which, Naruto had praised her for grasping them so quickly to be able to use them effectively in combat. Once they had finished their spar, Naruto had given his pink-haired teammate a solider pill to quickly replenish her chakra and strength. Which was the only reason she was able to stand on her own as the two entered the house, casually dismissing both of their shadow clones, receiving the memories of each clone. It seemed that their supposed sensei never once came to check on them. Welcome back. Tsunami smiled as she greeted the two. I just finished making lunch. Thank you, Tsunami-chan, it smells wonderful. Naruto smiled, causing the woman to blush lightly at the compliment. Did you finish the tree walking exercise, Naruto? Came a voice from behind the two. Naruto turned his head enough to see Kakashi coming through the door with the raven-haired emo trailing behind him. Course we finished it, it was pretty easy actually. The blonde smirked. Kakashi only frowned in response. He could argue that the blonde was lying, though from the look of Sakura next to him, they had been training so it was very possible that he had finished the exercise as unlikely as it was. Then again, he acted nothing like his academy profile suggested. He really needed to get a more up-to-date and accurate profile reading on the blonde. Oi, dope. Suzuki broke Kakashi out of his musings. Teach me all your techniques. Naruto only arched an eyebrow at the duck-ass's demand, as Tsunami only glared at the raven-haired emo. Meanwhile, Sakura was getting all too familiar flashbacks of her former classmate. At least now, since the blonde was recognized as a shinobi of Konoha, the civilian council had no power over him. Strangely enough, this gave the pink-et a sense of relief. No. Naruto simply replied. Dope, I demand that you give me those techniques. Suzuki stated as he stomped towards the blonde, somewhat reminding Tsunami of a toddler throwing a tantrum. So I can avenge my clan. You're not strong enough. The blonde simply replied before his attention back to the kitchen, intent on getting something to eat. Ma. You should help your teammates. Kakashi offered as he dismissively waved his hand. Earning a slight glare from his pink-haired student. Slowly, Naruto turned to face his supposed sensei. Tell me, Tada-sensei. The blonde began. Would you be so helpful if Sakura-san or myself wanted to learn one of his techniques? Those are clan techniques, Naruto. The masked jonin gave a lazy smile. Besides, you don't have the elemental affinity for it. First off, Katon jutsus are not a Uchiha clan technique. Naruto pointed out, earning a scowl from the silver-haired jonin. Secondly, you don't even know what my affinities are. And lastly, your precious Uchiha can't learn my abilities anyways because they are from my bloodline, so even his precious Sharingan will never be able to copy them. Suzuki only scowled at the blonde before turning and stomping out of the house, once again reminding the dark brunette woman of a toddler throwing a fit when he couldn't get what he wanted. Kakashi similarly looked upset, but at least composed himself far better. Ignoring his sensei, Naruto dished himself a bowl of the stew Tsunami had prepared, and handed it to Sakura before dishing one for Tsunami and finally himself. Both women gave their thanks as they took their seats around the table. Though it didn't go unnoticed that both girls had taken seats on either side of him. "This is really good, Tsunami-chan," Naruto complimented. "You'll make some lucky man very happy one day." The blonde gave her a subtle wink, causing her to blush a bit more. "I can only hope I meet the one soon," she coyly replied. "Who knows, maybe I already have." Meanwhile, Sakura frowned at the interaction between the two. She could tell that Tsunami was flirting with her blonde teammate, which caused a sense of jealousy to flare up within her. As much as she wanted to lash out at the blonde, she couldn't fault him for being polite to the woman. "Do you have anything else for us to train, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura decided to ask. Even though she already suspected that the silver-haired Jonin had nothing for her or Naruto to continue to work on. Though he didn't show it, the blonde Hanyu was also interested if the masked Jonin had thought past the basic tree walking exercise. "To be honest, Sakura," the man began, "I didn't expect Naruto to be able to complete the tree walking exercise so quickly. So I have nothing for you at this moment." "What the hell, Tada-sensei?" Sakura snapped, catching everyone at the table by surprise. "Even Naruto. Naruto-kun fought Zabuza on the water when he saved your ass, and you didn't think he could do tree walking." Pushing up roughly from the table, the cherry blossom stomped up the stairs and slammed the door to the room she was residing in, leaving a shocked Tsunami, a speechless Naruto and an abashed Kakashi. An awkward silence filled the air as they finished up their lunch. Naruto-kun, would you like to accompany to the village so that I may pick up some things for tonight's dinner?" Tsunami asked, giving the blonde a subtle wink. "I would love to, Tsunami-chan." The blonde smiled. "Why don't you take Sasuke or Sakura instead, or even myself, Tsunami-san?" Kakashi inquired, causing the woman in question to narrow her eyes slightly at the masked man. "It's simple, Kakashi-san," she replied. "Your student Sasuke is nowhere to be found, not good considering part of the job is to not only watch over my father, but also his family. His current actions is not setting a good example for your village's shinobi." This caused the masked Jonin to frown, though he could not deny her claim. As for Sakura, she seems to be rather upset and needs some time alone. She continued, though she had nothing against the pink-haired girl. If she wasn't already planning on using this trip as an impromptu date with Naruto, she would have happily brought the cherry blossom along. "And as for you, I would not trust myself alone with a pervert since all you do is read those smut books." Tsunami finished, prompting the masked Jonin to flinch when she called him a pervert. "Just give me a moment to let Sakura-san know. I fear she may worry," the blonde said, earning a smile from the dark blue-haired woman. Kakashi wisely kept silent as he was still stunned by Sakura's outburst and the revelation that the client's daughter didn't trust him or Sasuke. Naruto had quickly departed up the stairs and knocked on the door of the room that his pink-haired teammate was staying in. Hearing a soft reply, he slowly opened the door and peeked in to see Sakura sitting on the futon, reading a copy of his first book. "So, it's Naruto-kun now?" he teased, eliciting a blush from her. "No, I was just..." she stammered, a little embarrassed. "It's okay. I don't mind." Naruto smiled, putting her at ease. "If you want to call me Naruto-kun, go ahead." "Okay, Sakura-chan." Hearing the chan suffix at the end of her name caused her heart to flutter slightly. Not trusting her voice, she only nodded. Finally. "He is calling us Sakura-chan." Inner gushed in pure bliss. "And here you were stressing out that you let it slip that you called him Naruto-kun." "Okay, I admit it. It feels good to have someone who is cute actually acknowledge and compliment me." "Only cute?" Inner smirked. "Fine, drop dead handsome, happy." Sakura mentally replied. Too bad he is already with Anko. Girl, don't worry about that. I have a feeling that things will work out. So don't count him out just yet. Inner cryptically replied. Trust me on this, I have a sixth sense for these kinds of things. Good book? He asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. Yeah, though I have already read it a couple times. The pink-ed replied, shaking away her thoughts. I want to get the second book, but it's always sold out. Naruto only smirked as he reached into his jacket and activated a seal, producing a copy of his second book and handed it to Sakura, whom was completely shocked that her blonde teammate had a copy of the book, let alone it being brand new. I keep a few copies on hand for friends. He merely smiled. Anko-chan loves this book series. Wait, how do you even have spare copies? She asked as she looked up from the book. Do you go and buy the books ahead of time? Nah, nothing like that. I'll give you a hint though, it's right in front of you. The blonde Hanyu smirked, waiting to see if she could figure it out. Sakura narrowed her eyes as she contemplated the hidden meaning of his words. Flipping the book over, she looked over the cover once more until her eyes landed on the author's name. Enyu Kitsune. She furrowed her brow. Initially, she didn't think anything wrong with the name of the author. However, now something seemed off about it. Briefly, she allowed her eyes to wander up to the expecting face of Naruto. Wait a second. Her eyes widened. Enyu Kitsune. Naruto Uzumaki, the Shadow Fox. Yuri the author. She stammered, desperately hoping she was correct in her suspicion. Correct. I can see why you earned your spot for Kunoichi of the year of our class. Able to figure it out with minimum resources to deduct from. He complimented the pink-ed, earning him another blush from the girl. Though, I do ask that you keep it a secret. I promise, Naruto-kun. She replied, tasting how his name with the affectionate suffix sounded on her lips. She liked it, as it felt natural for some reason. But why hide your name? Well, I am not well liked in the village. So anything with my name on it would automatically be taboo. He replied, causing the girl to frown. It has to do with the S-rank secret I mentioned earlier. Again, the hints are in front of you. If you figure it out, talk to me. Small loophole with the law. Anyways, I wanted to let you know that I am going with Tsunami-chan into town. He smiled. Relax and enjoy the book. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled as she brought him into a hug. Surprising the blonde Hanyu at the sudden show of affection. Smiling softly, he hugged her back before separating from her and leaving the room. You know you should have kissed him. Inner chastised. Causing Sakura to mentally scowl. With Naruto. After leaving the house, Naruto quickly made two shadow clones and had them henge into himself and Tsunami, having them go into town whilst the real version went down the shoreline. Expertly avoiding any detection from Kakashi or Sasuke. As Naruto had sensed the two chakra signatures shortly after they had departed. A quick distraction had left the two unaware of the switch. I am beginning to wonder which one of you is the higher-ranked shinobi on the team. Tsunami chuckled as the two continued their private trek down the shoreline. Officially, Kakashi is. The blonde snickered. Skill-wise, I am unsure. I am positive like me, Kakashi is hiding most of his true skill. Very modest of you, Naruto-kun. Well, I don't want to have an inflated ego like Duck Ass. Naruto replied, earning another chuckle from his date at his nickname for the last Uchiha. Besides, overconfidence is the #1 cause of death for a shinobi. As they continued to walk, the sound of running water could be heard from a short distance away. Rounding the corner, the two saw a beautiful waterfall that just barely hid a cave behind it. A pathway along the edge, just large enough to allow them through without soaking them with water. Smiling, Naruto led Tsunami along the path until they reached the cave. It's beautiful. Tsunami breathed as she looked around the interior. Tsunami-chan, I feel that if you really want to pursue anything with me, you should know everything about me. The blonde Hanyu stated, suddenly turning serious, prompting the woman to become worried. Even if it may change how you feel about me. Naruto-kun, there is nothing you can say that will change how I feel about you. She reassured him, placing her hand on his shoulder. Nodding, Naruto took a deep breath before telling her everything about him. From the attacks he suffered in the village, to the fateful night he met Jashin-chan and was turned into a Hanyu, his mission for the goddess, his status as a Jinchuriki, the process of marking his mates, and about his other girls at home. Through it all, she sat and listened until he was finished. It was a tense few moments as Naruto awaited her verdict. To his surprise, she started laughing. Naruto-kun, do you really think I would change my feelings for you because of this? She asked, though didn't wait for an answer. If anything, they have only grown. You are a strong man. Both physically and mentally to endure what you have and still show compassion and kindness to others. And if you would have me, I would love to be one of your mates. She finished with a smile. I would be honored, if you were to be one of my mates. He smiled, tears of happiness in his eyes. Are you sure about this? Once you accept my mark, you will become a Hanyu as well. Receiving one last nod in confirmation, the blonde Hanyu leaned in and bit down on her neck, causing her to gasp out in a mixture of pain and pleasure. As she felt the chakra course through her veins, she instinctively bit down on his neck. Sealing the deal so to speak, and officially become one of his mates as his mark took its place at the base of her neck. As she did so, she felt a power surge through her that she had never felt before. Feeling as if she could take out all of the mercenaries that Gato had in his private little army. Enamored with the feeling rushing through her body, she brought her blonde mate in for a deep kiss. The blonde Hanyu didn't resist as he held her close and allowed her tongue to enter his mouth to battle with his own for dominance. After a few moments, the two broke. Both panting and almost out of breath from the kiss they had shared, though they still bathed in each other's presence as they held each other close. Welcome to the family, Tsunami-chan. Naruto smiled. Tsunami's response was to snuggle closer to him and bury her face into the crook of his neck, letting out a sigh of contentment. A few hours later. After a solid 2 hours, the two newly mated lovers made their way back home. Meeting up with Naruto's clones to retrieve what they had picked up to add to that night's dinner. To the two's amusement, both Kakashi and Sasuke had given up on tailing the two since it ended up being just the two shopping. Much to their disappointment. If only they knew. During their time out, Naruto had learned a lot about Tsunami. The Blunit had opened up to him in a wide variety of areas. From her first introduction to Jashinism, to her first husband and Inari's father whom was also a Jashinist. Until the man began to fall for the lies that the cult had begun to spread. The memory itself brought a sad frown to Tsunami's face as she recalled when he had come home one day excited and had explained his plans to take her and their son to the gathering of other cultists whom were planning on slaughtering a small village, in the name of Jashin. Appalled by this, Tsunami had tried to talk him out of it, citing that slaughtering innocents was not the will of Jashin. Though he wouldn't listen. In the end, she had been forced to kill her own husband to protect her faith and her son, eventually lying to her father, stating that her husband was killed by bandits. She had also told him about Kaiza. How he had come into Inari's life as a father figure, even though Tsunami had kept him at arm's length. Mostly due to the man being a devout worshipper of kami. That would have been fine for the Blunit, if he didn't constantly spout of how they should round up every Jashinist and kill them in the name of kami to cleanse the world. Those words had killed any potential romance between the two, even more so when she had put her foot down that he was not allowed to talk about religion in any capacity with her son. Thank you for accompanying me, Naruto-kun. Tsunami smiled as they entered the home. It was no problem, Tsunami-chan. The blonde smiled as he helped her unpack the groceries his clones had purchased. As the two conversed, the rest of the occupants minus Sakura turned their attention to the two. Kakashi was still a little annoyed that the client's daughter didn't trust him or Suzuki. The raven-haired emo was brooding on the couch, fuming that the blonde in question was making him look bad. Tajuna on the other hand had noticed a shift in behavior from his daughter, making him suspicious of the two. Though in a good way, as he hadn't seen her this happy in years. Dinner will be ready in a short while. The brunette called out to the rest of the household. An hour and a half later found all of the household sitting at the table. Sakura had joined the two in the kitchen nearly 45 minutes ago, giving Tsunami a hand with preparing dinner as she talked with the other woman about the book Naruto had given her. Which of course, prompted the blonde Hanyo to give his new mate both copies of his current books, much to her delight. "This is really good, Tsunami-san." Kakashi complimented, trying to strike up a conversation to break the awkward silence that hung over the dinner table. "As much as I would like to take credit for tonight's dinner." Tsunami smiled. "Both Naruto-kun and Sakura-san helped, and the recipe is from Naruto-kun." "Where did you learn to cook like this, Naruto-kun?" Sakura asked, impressed by the flavor of the meal. Of course this only prompted her inner self to tell her how the blonde would make a wonderful husband. "Well, since it is well known we would be stuck doing D-rank missions, which are little more than glorified chores, I read up on a lot of practical skills that may be required while I was still in the academy." The blonde replied, impressing the pink-ette further that he had thought that far ahead. Suzuki only grunted in response, not caring if the loser could cook or not. Though he was curious of the change in the pink-ette. Wondering why she began to use the kun suffix with the blonde, which was usually reserved for himself. Not that he was jealous, but he did find it odd and began to question what has transpired between the two. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained silent as he pondered a few things. Much like his favored student, he had noticed a change in his pink-haired student and her sudden closeness to her blonde teammate. Not to mention said blonde's closeness with the client's daughter. The masked jonin could only mentally sigh. It wasn't his problem if the blonde was being unfaithful to Anko. He had warned her that she needed to increase her standards. If only the perverted Cyclops knew. "Why?" A voice sounded from the doorway to the dining room, turning the occupant's attention to a small boy, no older than 8. "Why what?" Naruto asked as he looked up from his dinner to the boy. "Why are you trying so hard?" The kid asked once more, a bit louder this time. "You're just going to die. Gato is too powerful. I am Uchiha Elite and I will crush this Gato when I see him, as well as that eyebrow-less freak and his little masked pet," Suzuki arrogantly proclaimed. "And I don't need any help either." Well, Kakashi has done a great job stoking his ego. Naruto thought to himself, earning an agreement from the Kitsune girl. Sakura could only frown at her raven-haired teammate's words. Now that her mind was focused and no longer obsessed with the last Uchiha, she could clearly see how the boy she had an obsessive crush on truly acted. Did I really find this attractive, inner? She mentally asked, somewhat disgusted with her past self. Unfortunately so, just be glad that Naruto-kun broke you out of that fangirl shell you were in. Sakura only mentally nodded in agreement before turning her attention towards said blonde. Gato's strength is false. Naruto stated clearly. He is a weak, pathetic man who hides behind money he stole to hire those stronger than him to do his bidding. Mark my words, he will die before we finish our mission. The rest of Team 7 cocked an eye at the blonde's words. Whatever, there are no such things as heroes. The kid continued. They just get killed anyways. Oh, I am not hero, Inari-san. The blonde replied. I'm a champion. Tsunami couldn't help but smile softly at her mate's words' hidden meaning. Sighing, Naruto pushed himself up from the table and walked around where the young boy stood. Kneeling down he placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. During their talks, Naruto had learned why her son acted in such a way and knew it was hard on the young boy. I know you have lost someone precious to you, and that you believe that things can't get any worse for you. Naruto began. Instead of looking at what you lost, look at what you still have. You have a loving mother and grandfather, whereas there are those that have none. You have a home that shelters you. If anything, I envy you. I never had any of those things while growing up. This caught Sakura's attention even more. You see, before my 6th birthday I had been attacked by the villagers more times than I care to count. Hospitalized hundreds of times. I even lost count how many times I was on the Shinigami's doorstep. All for something that was never within my control. It was during the last attempt on my life that I awakened my bloodline. I had very few precious people to look out for me. The Pink-Ed was shocked to hear this. Even her inner self was silent. She had known the boy had a hard childhood, as none of the villagers were ever silent of their feelings towards the boy. However, she had never thought it was this bad. A large part of her felt extremely guilty as she had been a part of those that had lashed out at him. Even if it was for an entirely different reason. However, it is for these few people that I hold dear that I continued to push on and become stronger. To make them proud. So never give up hope, Inari-san. Naruto smiled, even though his eyes reflected nothing but pain and sadness at the memories. I don't think Kaiza-san would want you to give up either. By now, Inari was sniffling, trying to hold back his tears. And it's okay to cry. The blonde continued. Showing emotions doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. Inari only nodded in response before slowly moving away and departing up the stairs to his bedroom. No doubt the blonde Hanyu had given the young child much to think and reflect upon. As Naruto stood up, he was engulfed in a hug by the boy's mother, who had tears steaming down her eyes. Both from sorrow and happiness. Happiness for her mate being able to snap her son out of his funk. Sorrow, for having to reimagine the suffer her lover had gone through years before. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She whispered, though loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, before breaking the hug. Are you okay? Naruto only smiled and brought his hand up to wipe away the woman's tears, to which the brunette unconsciously leaned into the support. I'll be fine. He reassured her. I am just going to go for a walk. Moving past the dark blue-haired woman, he gave Sakura a reassuring pat on the shoulder as if to say he didn't blame her for anything before departing out the door into the night. Leaving behind two emotional women, a contemplative bridge builder, a scoffing emo and a frowning jonin. Loser probably made it all up to get sympathy. Suzuki commented finally, earning a glare from both Sakura and Tsunami. No, Suzuki. Naruto has had a hard childhood. Kakashi sighed. Though he may have over-exaggerated how bad it was for the sake of the kid. This only prompted Sakura to roll her eyes at the silver-haired jonin. It seemed he didn't want to believe anything when it came to her blonde teammate. Meanwhile, Inner was ranting about how the masked pervert simply dismissed Naruto's tragic past. Tsunami, though, wasn't as quiet. Then you do not know your student, Shinobi-san. She leveled her gaze at the man, causing him to shrink slightly. There was pain and sadness in those eyes. If anything, we got the sugar-coated version of what Naruto-kun has been through. Kakashi only frowned, but said nothing further. A tiny voice in the back of his mind was warning him that if he tried to dismiss the woman's words, she would make him hurt in ways he never thought possible. Sakura on the other hand was worried for the blonde. While she knew he could more than handle himself in the face of danger, she was deeply worried about his emotional state. She had debated with herself if she should follow him and offer him some sort of comfort and maybe apology for her actions in the past. However, her logical side won out in this instance. She knew that if the blonde didn't want to be found, then she wouldn't find him and probably only put herself at risk. One by one, each person excused themselves from the table. Until only the Pink-Ed remained. Still contemplating what she had learned about her blonde teammate. She was still wrapping her mind around just how bad the boy had it growing up. However, her mind clicked onto something he mentioned earlier. And the fire, well, that's a bit more difficult to explain as it is an S-rank secret in the village. She recalled him saying when asked about his elemental affinities. She narrowed her eyes in thought, as she began recalling all her recent conversations with the boy. Piecing together the clues, as it were, and combining them with what he had revealed to the boy. The blonde's numerous visits to the hospital, and if it was a result of attacks from the villagers themselves, she highly doubted the staff at the hospital would have treated him any better. Probably only do just enough to avoid any official action against them. This only prompted her to frown at that notion. Her mind then went to the blonde's books, of all things. Picking up her copy that he had given to her, she gazed over the cover once more, getting a sense of déjà vu from earlier. Her eyes ghosting over the name he used once more. After a handful of seconds, it clicked in her mind. Kitsune. Kitsune means fox. She mentally exclaimed. 14 years ago, the village was attacked by the Kuwabai, a giant nine-tailed fox, and Naruto-kun is 14, which means, the fourth didn't kill it like we are told. Inner supplied, seeing as a massive beast made of nothing but chakra can't be killed, he did the next best thing and sealed the Kuwabai into someone else. A newborn baby. Naruto-kun must have been that baby. Sakura continued. It would explain why he never had any parents, if the Kuwabai killed them, and the way the villagers treated him. Those idiots can't tell the difference between a kunao and a scroll. Ina ranted. We'll ask Naruto-kun about it tomorrow. The pink-et decided. He did say if I figured it out to talk to him about it. Content with his decision, the pink-et opened the book and continued reading. Ironically finding herself more and more attracted to the hero of the story. Chapter 10. The next morning. Sunlight filtered through the trees as birds began to greet the morning sun with their songs, exposing a lone individual in a pink kimono kneeling in the center of a meadow clearing in the forest, humming happily to themselves as they picked various plants and put them into a small basket. A sound from the person's right caught their attention, turning to see a young blonde also laying in the field with his eyes closed, breathing softly. Slowly, the individual made their way towards where the prone blonde lay, gasping slightly as they recognized his face as one of the Konoha shinobi. Slowly reaching over, the person contemplated trying to strangle the boy first before shaking that notion away and instead gently shook him awake. You shouldn't sleep outside. They commented. You could get severely sick. Naruto only smirked as he sat up from his laying position. Guess I fell asleep while watching the stars last night. He lied. In truth, after Naruto had left the house, he had wandered the town and nearby surroundings. Picking up more information on Gato and his supposed plans from the goons that just couldn't keep their mouths shut. It surprised him when he found out the fat greedy man planned to betray Zabuza and kill him, while taking the swordsman apprentice as his personal sex slave. So, what are you doing out here, miss? He politely inquired. I was picking healing herbs for a friend that recently got sick. She smiled. They must mean a lot to you if you go out of your way like this. Naruto commented with a smile. I owe him everything. She simply replied. Sorry, where are my manners? The blonde chuckled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Haku. The girl giggled. Need any help picking herbs for your friend? The blonde offered. Haku thought for a moment. If she declined, he may be suspicious. Though she didn't dismiss the possibility of him sabotaging the herbs to harm Zabuza further. Deciding it would be best to avoid any suspicion on her, she reluctantly accepted the blonde's help. So, what herbs do you need? He asked as the blonde Hanyu began rummaging through the grass and flowers. You said he was sick, does he need herbs for his stomach and fever? Well, he kind of got a nasty cut. She replied cryptically, not wanting to give too much away. Ah, I see. Was all Naruto replied with. However, if the girl would have looked closer, she would have seen that Naruto had already been collecting herbs specifically for open wounds. Walking over, he dropped what he had collected so far into the basket next to her. Flicking his fingers slightly, Haku never noticed the black droplets stain her kimono. So you're a shinobi then, Naruto-san? Haku inquired, trying to strike up a conversation as they collected the herbs. I am. He smiled, before turning to her. But then again, you already knew that. Didn't you, Hunter-san? Haku could only gasp in surprise, before turning to the blonde with a horrified look on her face, preparing herself for the worst. Oh, how did you know? She asked, fear evident in her voice. Do not fear. He gave her a warm smile. I am not here to fight you or even sabotage Zabuza-san's recovery. If anything, I want him 100% for our next spar. And as to how I know. He smirked, while pointing towards his nose. I recognized your scent when you saved Zabuza-san from Tada-sensei. Haku was a little taken aback by the blonde's warmness towards her. Though how he spoke of his sensei intrigued her. Tada-sensei? She inquired, raising an eyebrow at the nickname given to the blonde sensei. Yeah, I call him that because he is lazy, like a sloth. Naruto explained with a grin as he handed the girl some more herbs, allowing her to check them over to make sure they were the correct ones, before dumping them into the basket. And as you saw in the battle, he heavily favors the uchiha. Not much of a sensei then. Haku frowned, slowly finding herself more at ease around the Konoha shinobi. If he isn't teaching you anything, how are you skilled enough to go head-on with Zabuza-sama? My Himes helped me train back home. He smiled fondly as he thought about his girls back in Konoha. Not to mention, I had what you may call a divine intervention. The last bit caused the girl to frown in confusion. What do you mean, divine intervention? That's a secret. He merely smiled, causing her to frown more. However, maybe in the future I will tell you. I believe I have enough herbs for Zabuza's treatment. Haku stated, as she noted the basket was full. Thank you for your help, Naruto-san. Not a problem, Haku-san. The blonde smiled once more, causing her to blush slightly. Give Zabuza-san my regards. Naruto watched as Haku disappeared into the trees, a small smile at his face. He had to admit, she was cute. Furthermore, she was skilled. Since she was able to conceal herself from Kakashi when she had retrieved Zabuza. Something he greatly respected in a kunoichi. Closing his eyes, the blonde Hanyo sunk into the shadows, disappearing entirely. Zabuza's hideout. Haku was in a bit of a daze, reliving the past few moments she had spent with the blonde shinobi. Feeling her face heat up as she remembered how cute he looked. Not to mention the compassion he had shown. He had known she was an enemy, yet he still helped her. This was a quality Haku looked for in a person. She had seen that the blonde was strong, and now she had seen that he was also compassionate, even towards a known enemy. She couldn't help but smile about that, before her eyes widened in realization. She had a crush on the blonde shinobi. What's go you in such a good mood? Zabuza's voice broke her out of her thoughts, causing her to jump slightly. Prompting the demon of the mist to mentally chuckle at her antics, even though he remained stoic outside. No, nothing, Zabuza-sama. Haku squeaked out, cursing herself for dropping her guard. I merely had a run-in with one of the Konoha shinobi while I was out. She replied, after composing herself. It was the blonde you fought. You weren't followed, were you? He narrowed his eyes. No, she wasn't followed, but I did mark her. A voice stated from the shadows. The two were quickly on guard as they turned their attention to the dark corner the voice had come from. Only to see the blonde shinobi emerging from the shadows. his cerulean blue eyes glowing in the darkness that shadowed his face, giving them an ominous appearance. "Relax, Zabuza-san." The blonde smiled as he fully stepped out of the shadows. "As I told Haku-san, I am not here to fight. So you can put the kunao away." After a handful of seconds in silence, Zabuza relented and removed his hand from the kunao he had hidden under the blankets. Seeing that the larger man relaxed, Naruto brought up a chair and sat a comfortable distance away, showing that he truly meant no harm to them. "So what do you want, Gaki?" Zabuza asked, narrowing his eyes at the blonde. "Well, I overheard a bit of information that is of some importance to yourself, and Haku-san," the blonde stated. "Why didn't you just tell me earlier?" Haku asked, a little upset that she had been marked so easily by the boy. "You're right, I could have. But I really wanted to see how Zabuza-san was doing." He smiled. "Also, I couldn't resist seeing your beautiful face again." This last part caused the girl to blush and the large man to scowl. "And what information would that be, Gaki?" "Oh, just that Gato is planning on betraying you," Naruto simply stated, causing the other two's eyes to widen in shock. "I overheard a few of this petty thugs talking about it in town last night." "And just how does he plan to do that?" Zabuza asked. "The fat pig knows even his two bodyguards are no match against Haku, let alone me. I guess the plan is, after you fight my team, regardless who wins, Gato will send his army of thugs in to finish off whoever is left," the blonde informed the swordsman. "With everyone tired from the battle, it wouldn't take much for the numbers to overrun us. Their orders are to kill all the men, and take the women alive. From the gossip of the thugs in town, Gato has laid claim to Haku-san." These words caused Zabuza's eyes to narrow in anger. There was not a doubt that the blonde kid before him was telling the truth. It was right up Gato's alley to turn his back on the hired help. Not to mention, the fat man had already threatened Haku in front of him. "Information isn't free in our line of work, Gaki," Zabuza stated as he turned his attention back towards the blonde. "What's the price?" "You're right. I will be asking something in return," Naruto stated. "I understand it is a big price to ask, but I request that I am the one to end Gato's life." Zabuza could only stare at the blonde in shock. He had expected the kid to ask for money, his sword, or even a kiss from Haku with the way he had flirted with her earlier. But to be the one to deliver the death blow, was not something he expected. "I know you want to be the one to do it, but let's just say that someone I respect and care has requested me to end his life." Naruto gave a brief explanation. "In return, I will fight you with everything I got in our next spar." "How does that sound, Zabuza-san?" "What do you mean everything you got? Clearly you knew I was holding back in our last fight." The blonde gave a knowing smirk. "Even more, the sword isn't my preferred weapon." "And what is your preferred weapon?" Zabuza asked, clearly intrigued. "Now that would be telling, Zabuza-san." Naruto grinned, earning a chuckle from the large swordsman. "I like you, Gaki. You got yourself a deal, but you better give me a damn good fight. I suppose I should get back to my team before they begin to wonder where I am." The blonde sighed as he stood up from the chair he was sitting in. Fluidly moving over to where Haku stood, he gently took her hand and kissed her knuckles, causing the girl to blush further. "I look forward to seeing you again." This only caused the large man to glare at the blonde once more. Smirking, Naruto melded into the shadows. Shaking his head, Zabuza turned to say something to Haku only to freeze when he saw the love-struck look in her eyes and her face flushed, as she stared at where the blonde boy once stood. "I did not sign up for this," he grumbled to himself. With Naruto having left Zabuza and Haku to contemplate what he had informed them of, Naruto emerged from the shadows just outside the bridge builder's home. Not sensing the lazy Jonin or the emo anywhere near the house, though he could sense his other teammate upstairs. He knew that he first had to talk with Tsunami to allay her worries of where he was all night, and then Sakura. He could care less about Kakashi or the emo duck ass. As he entered the home, he could see his newly marked mate in the kitchen. Smiling, he got behind her and snaked his arms around her waist, causing her to sigh in contentment as she leaned back into his embrace, allowing him to kiss along her neck. "I was worried about you last night, Naru-kun," Tsunami whispered, concern evident in her voice. Turning slowly to face her lover and leaned in to give him a deep kiss, breaking it a few seconds later. "I'm sorry I made you worry, Tsu-chan." He smiled. "I was merely scouting for more information last night." "Did you find anything more?" "I did," he replied with a grin, thinking back on his talk with the two earlier. "Turns out, Gato is planning to betray his hired help. I even managed to track down the two he hired and warn them of the man's imminent betrayal." This caused Tsunami to gasp in surprise. "Though I do ask that you keep this quiet from Tada-sensei and his emo butt buddy." This of course prompted the woman to chuckle. "I promise, not a word." "Speaking of the two, I take it that they are with your father at the bridge?" the blonde asked. Tsunami nodded in response. "Yes, Kakashi requested that Sakura stay behind." "Meaning he is probably focusing on training the Uchiha again." Naruto sighed. "I guess I better see if there is anything I can help Sakura-chan with." "Alright Naruto-kun." She smiled as she turned back to the dishes she was washing prior. "Lunch will be ready in a few hours. Looking forward to your cooking, Tsunami-chan." Giving her one last kiss, the blonde disappeared upstairs and knocked on the door of the room that Sakura was staying in. Hearing a confirmation to enter, he opened the door and greeted the pinkette. "Morning, Sakura-chan." He smiled. As he spoke, he could see a mixture of emotions raging through the pinkette's emerald-colored eyes. Everything from worry to anger and even regret. "I apologize if I made you worry last night, I just needed to go check up on a few things," he continued. Silence hung in the air between the two as Sakura was debating how she should approach what she had discovered the previous night. With a little encouragement from her inner self, the pinkette took a deep breath before looking at her blonde teammate. "Naruto-kun," she began, prompting the boy to shut the door behind him. "I am not sure how to say this, so I will be blunt. The Kyuubi is sealed inside you, isn't it?" Naruto stood there gaping. He had to be honest, she was rather blunt. "How did you come to that conclusion?" he asked after he composed himself. "Well, after what you told Inari-san about your childhood," she began, guilt-laced in her voice. "I began thinking back of what we spoke about when you listed what elemental affinities you have. You said your fire affinity was due to an S-rank secret. With that and what you told Inari-san, and your age, I came to the conclusion that you were born around the time the Kyuubi attacked and that the Yondaime was forced to seal the Kyuubi within you, since you can't kill pure chakra. Not to mention your nickname, the Shadow Fox." "Very astute Sakura-chan." Naruto praised the cherry blossom, causing her to visibly blush. "Still not familiar with actually being complimented." "And you are correct. The Kyuubi is sealed within me." Naruto lifts up his shirt, causing her to blush even more at the sight of his abs, though she does notice the seal on his stomach. "This is the seal that keeps the Kyuubi sealed within me," he continues, before letting his shirt drop, much to her disappointment. "Have you ever met with him?" she asked, a little curious if the Kyuubi and Naruto had the same form of interaction as she and her inner self did. "Yes, I first met her after an attack on my 6th birthday that nearly killed me," Naruto replied after a handful of seconds. "Wait, her?" Sakura blinked in confusion. "Yup, the most power of all the tailed beasts is a woman." The blonde chuckled. "She saved my life that night and healed my wounds that would have killed anyone else. For that, I am thankful. That doesn't line up with what we were told in the academy." The pink-et frowned. We were told that the Kyuubi was an evil beast that only wanted to destroy, but you're saying she saved your life. Naruto sighs and lowers himself into a squatting position. One thing I have learned while talking with her, is that there are as many sides to a story as there are people involved. Naruto states, picking his words carefully as he didn't want to reveal who his parents were. From what she has told me of the attack, she was comfortable in her previous Jinchuriki when she was violently ripped from her former host and put under a powerful genjutsu. So, the Kyuubi was forced to attack the village then. Yes. The blonde answered, looking down at the floor. Though I do not know by who. It was a lie, as he knew full well who had controlled Ari into attacking the village. However, he lacked the means to fully track down the masked man who was the cause of everything. You now know more about me than almost anyone else, Sakura-chan. Naruto broke the pink-et out of her musing. I will understand if you want to distance yourself. He didn't get a chance to finish as a pink blur crushed him in a hug, which he returned. Naruto-kun, you should know by now that I am not as stupid as most of the villagers. She said, her voice soft as she fought to restrain her tears from falling. I know the difference between a scroll and a kunai. Naruto only smiled at her words. Thankful for her acceptance. Besides, you make it sound like the Kyuubi isn't that bad. She smiled as she stepped away from him, wiping the tears away from her eyes that were threatening to fall. Maybe sometime I can introduce you. He smiled. I think you two would get along great. Sakura nodded in response. So what did you do last night after you left? She asked, deciding to change the subject. I went scouting for more information about Gato and his operations. He replied. From what I found out, Gato plans on killing all of us when we fight Zabuza next time. And what? Gato plans to capture you and any other female as his personal sex slaves. He finished, a dark look in his eyes. I will not let that happen. Silence hung between the two for a moment, before the pink-et broke the pregnant pause. Kakashi took Sasuke to the bridge. Sakura said. He told me to stay here to watch the house. Meaning he is giving the Uchiha private training. Naruto sighed once more. How is your training going with the scrolls I gave you? I've been working on them. The pink-haired girl smiled as she produced the scrolls he had given her the previous day. I've been studying the more advanced Suten and Doton techniques. I'm sure you'll get them down in no time. The blonde smiled. Why don't we go down to the shore and spare? I'll leave a few shadow clones to keep watch. Sakura nodded, a little excited to try out the new jutsus she had been reading up on. Grabbing the scrolls, she took off after the blonde Hanyu. Looking forward to a morning of sparring. She watched as Naruto created 4 shadow clones to watch over the house, bidding Tsunami a short farewell. The two made their way to the shoreline a short distance away from the house. This is where the two spared for the next few hours. With Sakura attacking with her Suten jutsus and defending with her Doton against Naruto's shadow abilities, as well as his Futon and Raiten jutsus. Which was really challenging for the pink-et. As the blonde's Raiten attacks would tear through her Doton defenses. What had surprised her, was how his Futon abilities would redirect some of her Suten attacks. However, she pushed forward and adapted to his fighting style. Opting to use indirect attacks, instead of direct attacks to throw off his wind abilities. It had come to a surprise to the two of them, that despite training and sparring with one another for the past 4 hours, they had still finished before Kakashi and Sasuke returned from the bridge. Fortunately, the lazy Jonin did not inquire about where the blonde had disappeared to last night, and the Hanyu gave no report of what he had learned of Gato's plan. 1 week later. The following week had passed rather uneventful. If anything, it had settled into a pattern. Kakashi would always take Sasuke aside for training, leaving Naruto and Sakura to fend for themselves. By now, the pink-et didn't even look to the masked Jonin for training. Instead, she sought out her blonde teammate, whom in her eyes had become her unofficial sensei, in a way. As such, they had fallen into a simple routine. While the lazy Jonin was with the Uchiha, Naruto would create a handful of shadow clones to watch over either the bridge builder and bridge, or Tsunami and the house, depending where they were at the time, before the Cherry Blossom and Hanyu would find themselves a secluded section along the shoreline to train further. Also, while they were with Tajuna at the bridge, Naruto would create a couple dozen shadow clones to aid in the construction, since one of the skills he picked up during his academy years was masonry. Due to these training sessions with the blonde, Sakura's skill in her elemental jutsus had increased rapidly, to the point that she could effortlessly perform some of the B-rank jutsus that were in the scrolls she had been given. On top of her elemental training, she had followed Naruto's advice and kept having a few shadow clones of her own continue with tree and water walking to further increase her chakra control and expand her own reserves even further. During this time, the blonde Hanyu had divided his attention between helping Sakura train, watching over the bridge builder and his family, spending time Tsunami, and finally splitting his free time between working on the next book for his series and researching the seal that kept Ari contained within him. He knew that at his current level in Fuinjutsu, he couldn't hope to fully free her. Though he was working on a theory to allow her to take control of one of his shadow clones and have some form of freedom. This of course caused never-ending excitement in the Kitsune girl, as she made various plans of what she could do out in the physical world. All of them including glomping, groping, and pouncing all over her blonde host. Naruto himself was fairly close to getting comfortable to test out the theory. He had checked, double-checked, and even triple-checked his notes and cross-referenced them with the books he had brought with him. Not wanting to take any chance, as both of their lives are on the line if something were to go wrong. I know you are eager to try this Ari-chan, but I think it would be best if we wait until we are back in the village. Naruto mentally spoke to the Kitsune girl. That way we can have Anko-chan, Yojao-chan, and even Hinata-chan not only watch to make sure everything works, but so you can meet them as well. I understand, Naruto-kun. Ari replied. At least I should be in my human form when we attempt this. And if my calculations are correct, after I make the modifications to the seal, you should be able to spawn a shadow clone at any time you want. The blonde stated. Though for our safety, let's only use it in private or if I am severe danger and need the help. Ari mentally agreed. The last thing they needed was to cause a panic in the village that she could get out of the seal. Even if she would still be tethered to her host. Still, knowing the villagers, they wouldn't understand that and lash out in fear and anger. Worst yet, there would be very little Hiruzen would be able to do. Still, being able to spend time with the blonde outside of the seal was worth the precautions. It was now nearing the end of the week. By the blonde's estimates, Zabuza should be fully healed and making his move soon. However, there was an unsettling feeling in his stomach. He knew that something bad was going to happen. But to who and where? It didn't help that Kakashi had already instructed that all of them would be guarding the bridge tomorrow, thus leaving the house and Tsunami and Inari vulnerable. Naruto didn't like that at all, and was thinking of a way to hang back a little to watch over them. Partially because it was the logical thing to do, and mostly because he was very protective over his mates. It would seem like the thing that the fat bastard would do. While everyone was out, kidnap Tsunami or even Inari to give him an advantage over them in the form of a hostage. Not to mention, Naruto already knew what the sleazy bastard had planned for the girls. The mere thought of it just made his blood boil. He was so going to enjoy killing Gato. After much deliberation, Naruto had concocted a plan that he would disappear once again tonight, so he could stay behind and ensure the house was secure before joining the others on the bridge. He had enough faith in Kakashi's abilities to keep things under control until he got there. Not to mention, Sakura had grown by leaps and bounds during their training sessions. With his mind made up, he quietly informed Tsunami and even Sakura of his plan. Both women saw the logic in it, and the pink-et even ensured him that she would watch over the bridge builder while they were on the bridge. The next day, just as he had planned, Naruto had disappeared the night prior. Much to the frustration of Kakashi, as the Jonin had intended for all of his team to be at the bridge, as the silver-haired shinobi expected Zabuza and the false hunter Nin to show up today, based off a hunch he had. Still, with Naruto not around, he was forced to just take the others to the bridge with him, asking Tsunami that when she sees him, to send him to the bridge immediately. Shortly after Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 left, Naruto emerged from the shadows, once again wrapping his arms around the brunette woman. "I'll stick around for a few hours," he told her. "If nothing happens by then, I am going to have you and Inari hide within my shadow space, to keep you both safe." "Do you really think that Gato will target the house?" Tsunami asked, concerned. "He hasn't bothered us before." "I would be surprised if he doesn't," Naruto remarked. "With the bridge nearing its completion, your father is a big threat to Gato's operation. If he can't get rid of your father, he will target the family instead." However, he gently took hold of her chin to have her look him in the eyes, kissing her tenderly. "I will not let that happen," he vowed. Tsunami smiled and kissed him once more, breaking apart just as Inari ran into the kitchen, oblivious to his mother's romantic actions towards the blonde. "Kaa-chan. Naruto nii," the boy exclaimed, clearly shaken up about something. "There are two strange men coming towards the house with swords. Inari-kun, I want you to hide in the basement," his mother instructed him, earning a nod from Naruto. "Do not come out until I tell you to, understand?" Inari shook his head in fear. Not only from the men approaching the house, but of the rare tone his mother had used that promised him something bad should he disobey this order for any reason. Quickly he ran to the basement door and shut it behind him, hearing the door lock. In a word, the boy was frightened. For him, for his mother, and for his family. However, the mere prescience of Naruto had helped to allay many of his fears. "Shall we?" Naruto asked with a smirk. He had a feeling that the woman had a plan, if she wasn't hiding with her son. "I can't wait to show them my surprise," she stated, almost as if to confirm the blonde's suspicions. Naruto had sunk into the shadows, as Tsunami exited the door to greet the two dishonored samurai that usually acted as bodyguards for Gato. The two didn't know what to make of the situation, as something felt off about the woman before them. She clearly knew they had come for her, so why did she come out into the open? Shaking off those thoughts, the taller one smirked as the woman approached him. "Kami must be smiling upon us if he is making our target so easy to capture," Waraji stated with a smug grin, earning a chuckle from his partner. "Now, why don't you come with us all nice and quiet like, and maybe we won't kill your son?" Tsunami merely smiled, eerily, as she continued to approach the larger of the two. Meanwhile, Zori had moved past them and prepared to entire the house to search for the boy. This prompted Tsunami to turn and scowl at the smaller of the two, only for Waraji to grab hold of her and hold her tight against him so she couldn't escape. Her back to his chest. However, instead of shock or fear, she merely chuckled as a sadistic glint appeared in her eyes, throwing the larger man off guard. Unknown to him, he had positioned her right where she wanted to be. Before he could react, her hand snapped to his katana sword on his left side. Quickly drawing it out, she plunged the blade into her own abdomen, allowing the blade to pass right through her and into the man behind her. Zori had turned to see his partner spitting up blood as the woman had impaled herself to injure the larger man. Though, before he could move, a shadow-like blade shot up from the ground beneath him, cutting him directly in half. The last thing the bluish-white-haired man saw was a blonde rising up from the shadows in front of him. Just before his vision split in two, as both halves of his body separated, leaving a bloody mess in front of the door. Naruto then turned back towards where Tsunami was. After impaling herself, and the man behind her. Tsunami pulled the sword out of her body, allowing her own blood to splatter onto the ground, tossing the sword to the side. A sadistic grin spread across her face as she reached under her blouse and produced a ritualistic stake. Giving the man a quick slash to acquire his blood onto the stake, the blunette then proceeded to draw Jashin's symbol on the ground with her own blood, much to the horror of Waraji. Licking the blood off the tip of the stake, her body began to transform. Her skin turning black, with white, bone-like designs spreading across her body, making it appear like a skeleton had been painted over her body. Her eyes turning blood red, as she gazed at her victim before her. "You are vile and corrupt," Tsunami stated with venom. "For your sins, your soul shall be sacrificed to Jashin-sama." Waraji's eyes widened as he heard the goddess's name, though he had no time to react as the woman drove the stake into her own leg, causing him to collapse as the wound appeared on his own body. She then repeated the same process to her other leg, effectively crippling the shamed samurai from escaping. Slowly, she drew cuts all over her body. Watching as they appeared on his. Each time, the man's cries erupted from his throat. This process continued for almost 10 minutes before she drove the stake through her own chest, killing the man and finishing the ritual. Delivering the man's soul to Jashin. As the man died, Tsunami's body returned to its normal appearance. All of the wounds she had inflicted on herself healing themselves instantly. Turning, she smiled to her blonde mate who had a look of awe as this was the first time Naruto had witnessed a Jashinist sacrifice someone. Though he was aware of the practice. "Normally I like to drag out their suffering longer," she sheepishly admitted. "But, I don't want to risk Inari-kun knowing just yet." It was still a breathtaking sight to see. Naruto commented with a smile as he approached the woman. "Why don't you get cleaned up? I need to get to the bridge." Tsunami nodded, then kissing the blonde goodbye, watching as he took off towards where her father and the rest of Team 7 were. Battle of the Bridge. Sakura shivered as she heard the sounds of screams in the distance. These were the screams of someone in severe pain, however her gut instinct told her that it wasn't Naruto. That the blonde had been correct and someone had attempted to attack the house. Once again, showing her that he had far better leadership qualities than her supposed sensei who had wanted to leave the house undefended. "Glad we followed Naruto-kun's idea." Inner spoke up, though also keeping her own senses aware to pick up anything her outer self may have missed. "Yeah, what the hell was Tada-sensei thinking, leaving the family unprotected?" Sakura mentally replied as she watched the two battles in front of her. Kakashi seemed to be holding his own against the large swordsman. Though it was becoming evident that the masked Jonin's previous tricks were not working on Zabuza this time. This of course caused Sakura to worry. If Kakashi was killed, she highly doubted she could hold off the swordsman for very long. She only hoped that Naruto got here soon. Turning her attention to the second battle, she watched as her former crush did a very good imitation of a pincushion as dozens of senbons were sticking out of his body. She wanted to feel sorry for him, but the Uchiha's own arrogance had landed him in his current predicament. In one of the masked Jonin's better moments, he had instructed Sakura to back Sasuke up against the masked shinobi. Only for the raven-haired emo to state he didn't need any help from a pathetic loser. Kakashi merely relented, instructing the cherry blossom to protect the client. So here she was, watching the Uchiha elite get an extreme acupuncture treatment. Suddenly, she felt a pull and before she could react, pain shot through her body as she found herself in the ice dome that the masked shinobi had made, whilst Sasuke was where she once was, to the shock of Tajuna. Her vision slowly fading as coldness flooded her body. "Sakura-chan!" An enraged Naruto shouted. Thanks for listening till the end. Hope you all enjoyed this story. If you want the next part of this video, comment down below and turn that bell notification on. Also, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. See you in the next one.